Ni hao, fellow Gaijin, or should I say Guaylo. How are we all doing today? Wo ya heng gaoxing. Ni na. How are we all doing today? My name is Notepad and I write games for fun. Instead of writing a game today, we are instead going to be going to the mystical land of the Orient. Or China. Yeah, we're going to China. Why are we going to China? Well, because China is a global economic superpower and is probably one of the largest and most important states in the world. On the other hand, we're going to be talking about wuxia games. What is wuxia? You may be wondering, what is wuxia? Wushu. You know, a wuxia. You know, Wuxia, as one might say. What is this? One second. But wuxia is kind of an odd genre when you're talking about things, but I want to really emphasize something too. Stop me if you've heard this one before. A wandering hero enters a town on the brink of ruin. They are being assaulted by the forces of evil, and only through their clever works, their combat prowess, and maybe even a band of misfits they assemble, can they hope to overcome evil. Whether this is through the tyrant rule of a false ruler, or perhaps it's just a band of bandits seeking to do evil. Wuxia falls into a very unique category of story. And it's kind of the prototypical hero's story. And you've heard of this before because, well, it's stories you've heard all over the world. You know, a hero goes to a place to stop evil. Things may change. You know, a cowboy rolls into town to stop an evil oil baron. Yeah, never seen that one before. A knight into a fantasy kingdom to stop an evil monster. Yeah, I've never seen that one before. Yeah, or a Xia enters a city in the grip of an evil magistrate. Kind of the idea is the same. And if you really pay attention, you'll notice there's a lot of commonalities. Wuxia has its history way back in the day for China, and these were being written down for a plethora of reasons. Because at the end of the day, people like hearing stories of heroes saving people. That's a universal constant across any culture. We like heroes. We like people doing things. But instead of calling it just the hero story, they were called wuxia. Why is it called wuxia? Though. Now there's kind of the idea of, oh well, it's the sound of a sword being drawn, a whoosh. Swords being drawn, and it's very dramatic. However, you can also kind of knock it up to the concept of the Xia. In Chinese, Xia is kind of a word to be used for a couple things. It's a chivalrous person. It's someone heroic. It's I am a good, I'm the wandering hero kind of thing. If you look at the idea of even like a wuxia hero, they are usually pretty normal people, maybe a little bit extravagant. Maybe they know an ancient technique or something. More detailed stories came out of, oh, there's the martial world, the Xia world. There's an entire second world out there full of people who are martial artists and heroes and fighters, and they're all doing these things. You've probably heard of Zhanxia. Zhanxia is a little different. This is immortal warrior. This is immortal fantasy. We're heroes, but we have clearly gone beyond the mortal ken at this point. When people talk about bullshit, Chinese bullshit stories, about the Golden Ping Pong Clan or whatever, they're usually talking about Shangxia, not necessarily Wuxia. And these stories are large and extravagant and insane. I'm cultivating my inner power to kill the ancient ding-dong dragon, but that's 15 million ranks before Golden Celestial Emperor. But I need to stop this because if I've courted death with someone 24 ranks ahead of me. That's almost the entire point, almost. That's the joke. That's the storylines going on. Extravagant heroes that are way larger than life going about their adventures. But we don't start there usually. We start at a very human story. We start a very low tier, you could say. You are Wuxia. You're normal guys, relatively speaking, and you're going about trying to save people. Or maybe you're trying to be an asshole, because Wuxia heroes can be kind of drawn from all facets of society. You have noble heroes who do the right thing when they need to, and alternatively, there also have, well, bandits. Because bandits usually end up being that kind of character. They may not be, good people, but doing the right thing and opposing an evil magistrate or something similar to that. Everyone's got their styles, everyone's fighting the good fight, as Carl Douglas once said, everybody was kung fu fighting. And that's kind of the point. Everybody is, in fact, kung fu fighting. Everybody wants to kick the shit out of each other because that's what we like here. It's extravagant, it's over the top. It's interesting. And is that not why we're here, for interesting stories? However, Wuxia TTRPGs have always had a, we're gonna call it an interesting story with the two of them. But why, Notepad, why oh why is Wuxia and TTRPGs have such a complicated history with one another? Well, the answer is pretty simple. And why is Wuxia TTRPGs not as popular in the West? Why don't we see more? Because if you think about it, the idea of martial arts heroes jumping into action to kick the shit out of monsters and or each other, that appeals to the tabletop role-playing game, fantasy in a way. Don't we all go into caves to kill goblins for pocket change? Yeah, you're hitting it here. If you would think about it, like, oh yeah, that's a pretty common thing. Now, the thing is, though, is because the first reason is Wuxia really isn't really big here. This is kind of a weird thing to kind of think about, but yeah, Wuxia isn't like big. And anytime you see people talk about Wuxia in the West here, they're usually talking about movies. They're usually talking about stories that have already been established. Almost 9 times out of 10, Jackie Chan shows up. Now, I'm going to give you a very secret here. You want to know what's a really good Wuxia story? Jackie Chan Adventures. Yeah, Jackie Chan Adventures. This shit right here is quite literally the quintessential Wuxia party. Like, you're just a dude with extravagant martial arts abilities. That's one of the appeals of, I think that it's like, but you have that mental association of, well, it's Jackie Chan, or it's a little bit more extravagant stuff. But eventually, when you look at something like this, like, oh, this is for kids, obviously we want something more adult. But then you get things like Drunken Master, which Drunken Master, a Wuxia story? Ultimately, but it doesn't feel like a Wuxia story, even though it technically is. You get a couple of these where it's the things start changing, because then you get things like John Woo. where is the John Woo hospital fight scene a Wuxia? Is this a Wuxia story? Is the John Woo dive a Wuxia story? And now it borrows concepts for it. It borrows a bit, but it ultimately isn't at the same time. So it's kind of gets muddled. He has this like muddled understanding of what it is, and it really doesn't help that Shìjiàn is a lot more popular here. Because yeah, like the kind of the extravagant immortal fantasy stuff is a lot more popular here. And it's kind of weird to think about, but these are things that get translated because they're a little bit more extravagant and very much more tied to the culture, you could say. It's kind of like how I think a good way of wording it would be, do you know that there is a film industry in like Nigeria? Do you know there's obviously we know about Bollywood, we know about all these things, but you want to know what you know about Bollywood? You know about insane Bollywood movies that are crazy and over the top. You don't hear about Bollywood movies that aren't that. And the ones that are just as good, they're maybe even better. But the thing is, those aren't the ones you hear about, because those aren't the ones that aren't Bollywood to, kind of this kind of audience. It's kind of the same thing with Wuxia and Shìjiàn. Everyone assumes it's Shìjiàn because it's over the top, crazy fantasy bullshit, with the ping pong clan and stuff. Not a relatively standard story, what you would normally think of, just with the names changed effectively. Which kind of leads into my second point, which is we've seen it before. That's kind of a weird thing to think about. You can make a Wuxia game legitimately out of any fantasy role-playing game. Any fantasy role-playing game you can make a Wuxia story out of. You want to know why? Because every single one of them is about a bunch of people going on a mission to do something. Because that's ultimately all Wuxia is. It's just the Chinese version of that. Oh, yeah. Oh, are you saying a magician, a warrior, and a clever thief are going on a magic adventure to stop someone evil? Huh. What am I describing? I'm describing literally everything. Like, it's... Wuxia doesn't have those, like, over-the-top elements until you get things like, oh, well, it's got, like, kung fu and stuff in it. Not really? That's the weird thing with Wuxia, is like, oh yeah, there are characters who know kung fu and know how to do martial arts, but they're just as likely to bust out a fucking sword and start stabbing people with it, because that's going to do a lot better. And so it kind of morphs into, well, it has to be like a martial arts thing. And again, we get back to a muddled understanding. Wuxia's just martial arts stuff, right? Sort of, on the like most basic understanding of it. But it's a little bit more complicated there. And I think the other reason is, this is going to be a phenomenal one. We're not fucking Chinese. We're not fucking Chinese. I'm sorry, everyone. You're not Chinese, except you. But that a lot of Wuxia has basis in Chinese myth and Chinese stories. And it's one of those things is like a lot of the Wuxia games that are not made by people from China. Because TTRPGs are not as big in China as they are here. And mostly with these days, where it gets very... funny words get banded around, like cultural appropriation, and people get very mad about that. So you end up having to make these grand overtures to different stories, or it's just like, you're not this anymore. Well, it's Wuxia for a Western audience. It's Wuxia for a real audience, for a Westernized. It's Westernized, if that makes sense. Like, I've read a couple Wuxia stories, kind of reading it, and shit is fucking bonkers sometimes. But then you read those old Western novels, and it's the same shit. And those old Western novels probably don't make any goddamn sense to people in India or China. But if you apply it, it's the same thing. It's like, this doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, why are you all acting like assholes? But then you read a Wuxia story, you're like, why are you all acting like assholes? That's kind of the big thing there. So, and I think that kind of plays into the grander problems, you could say. Is, if you look at, like, I want the Wuxia genre. What do we get? A Fate game, Legends of Wulin. You may like, oh, cool, it's a Fate game. And you guess what? Hearts of Wulin is also a PBTA game. Righteous Blood, Ruthless Blades. We've gone over that before. Now, the thing is, notice how this is also the funny thing. They don't mention Brendan Davis, which is a criminal shame because he wrote the actual game. But there really isn't much to work off here. And you kind of even see like, oh, well, yeah, no, it's based off of this. It's based off Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Yeah. Which is all viewed by American fans as the Chinese equivalent of Western fantasy like Lord of the Rings. Yeah, it's... Yeah, Brendan is a super cool dude, not gonna lie. But we're gonna go over a couple games today. We're not even gonna go over many, we're only gonna go over 3. Originally, I had 4 planned. One took a little bit longer to get through than I had thought. So, the games we are going over today. Slowly opens. I believe in you so much. Open. I'm on. Come on, baby. There we go. We're going to be going over Strange Tales of Songling, which has a story behind it. Hong Kong Action Theater 2. And Legend of the Wulin. I said Legend of the Wulin. And each of these 3 games are interesting in their own right. Now, what do you mean there was going to be a 4th? Originally, I wanted to go over Feng Shui 2. Feng Shui 2 is a bitch to read. There's just a lot to Feng Shui 2, and I didn't actually get through it because I just kind of gave up. Yeah, I looked at Feng Shui 2, I tried to go through it. There's a part of me that wants to next week do a solo case just on Feng Shui 2, just like, let's just talk about this game, because it's an interesting thing with it. Recently, I started watching some Chinese shows with my my girlfriend. The most entertaining for me personally had the love between fairy and devil. Introducing I wasn't aware of vitality themed. It can be direct translation from Chinese, but it's sort of what the streaming service uses. Yeah, there's a bunch of weird subgenres to wuxia, but that's also how you get like Western comedies, Western fantasies, Western there's a thing that you can do, but. These are the 3 games we're going to be going over today, and we're going to start very precisely with Strange Tales of Songling, because I want to do something real fast. I want to say, I'm really sorry, Brendan. Bruh, I'm fucking sorry. You sent me this game like a year and a half ago. Like, he sent me this game. This is like, I was sent this game twice. And I kept meaning to go over it. I kept meaning to do the wuxia case. We're going to do the wuxia case. We're going to do the wuxia case. And it just never... It just never worked. And I'm like, God fucking damn it. It never really... I wouldn't say manifested, but it just never really came to be. So I've been sitting on this game for about a year. And I've been wanting to go over it, Brendan. So again, this is my apology to you, my man. Yes, I was sent this game for free. But the Strange Tales of Songling, inspired by Chinese ghost stories. This is by a company called Bedrock Games, otherwise known as Brendan Davis and Friends. I have gone over all the other games of this series, you could say, because technically I'm going to call this part of the Ogre Gate series. This is part of the Ogre Gate series. The first one was Wandering Heroes of Ogre Gate, which I still like a lot. Because Wandering Heroes of Ogre Gate is probably, like, to me anyway, the quintessential Wuxia game that every other Wuxia game has to be judged against. Every single one has to be judged against Wandering Heroes of Ogre Gate, because it is just the Wuxia game. And it's very fascinating, because it is just the Wuxia game. And I do like that fact about it. It's good. I like Wandering Heroes. But then you have Righteous Blade's Ruthless Blood. Now, this was published by Osprey, Brendan Davis, and a guy named Jeremy Deathblade Bai. I did not like Righteous Blades. Yep, I did not like Righteous Blades. Because the problem, my issue with Righteous Blades was that it was a game written by a fan of Wuxia and Zhanxia and all that. It was written by a fan of that, rather than someone who, how do I want to word it? It was written by a fan who wanted to put in references to other pieces of things that he had already done, and it was like, we want to get the start, and we want to get the cool bits, and we don't want any of the stuff in the middle, which I think Wandering Heroes is a really good job of. You have that rising tension more. Righteous Blades didn't really have that for me. I did not care for it as much. It felt like a worse version of Wandering Heroes, but the thing is, it was like, I like the simplified system. I like the idea that they simplified the system down. And my big thing was, I want the game here. Yeah, I want the game right here. I want kind of all the gooey nice bits of Wandering Heroes, and all of the speed of action in which Righteous Blades did. Strange Tales, I don't know, does that though. So we're gonna hit all my buttons correctly. Let's do a little bit of a deep dive. So, Strange Tales of Songling, not Songling, Songling, right here by I'm sorry, you don't need to tell me. Yeah, here's Strange Tales of Songling, Electrum bestseller. It's only $10. It's actually pretty cheap, all things considering, for what you're actually getting. And it's a very streamlined version of the rules. And you kind of see here, you got Strange Tales, you got Wandering Heroes. Wandering Heroes of Ogre Gate is actually pay what you want. Generally speaking, you can get for $10. This is a fucking steal, by the way. You could charge $20 for this, and you would be 10 times over what you're getting. Game's astounding. And again, you see a lot of these. Yeah, so a lot of these. One of the weird ones that Bedrock Games has done, I talked about this a little bit before. They have a couple odd games in here. As you can kind of see, they have their very specific thing that they like doing. But this is, if this name looks familiar, the Arrows of Indra, it's because this was actually made, Righteous Blood, Ruthless Blood, Righteous something, something, something. Come on, come. Well, they've done also things like Crime Network, which is, about mafia stuff, or light and smooth rules, detailed to 8 crime families. Everything Bedrock has done has been very easy and to the point, and I like that idea about Bedrock. I like Bedrock in general. I think these guys know what the hell they're doing, and I respect them heavily for it. They also did Terror Network, which is a It's technically like a yeah full list with thorough over. They always have like a very thorough understanding of what they're writing, and I like that aspect about it. It's nice, it's good, it does exactly what it is, and Brendan Davis is a fucking nutcase when he comes to writing everything. I respect this man beyond what you would think. Uh, the only odd one that looks a little like strange to me was they published Arrows of Indra, old school role playing in an epic Indian fantasy world, and it was by the RPG pundit. Yeah, yeah. Brendan didn't have any work. I think Brendan probably signed off on things. But like, yeah, it's RPG pundit. Little odd, but yeah, Kazimir Urbanski. Yeah, he's yeah, not really too worth talking about, but yeah, it's kind of that. It's the one that kind of sticks out, and you're like, that's kind of weird. It's one that sticks out of it, but I like Bedrock. Nothing's on. I think Strange Tale. Don't think it had a Kickstarter. No, it did not have a Kickstarter. But yeah, it's entirely by them, and I respect that a lot. Good, solid, everything you could want. The game itself came out in 2020. 2020 is 4 years old. It's a pretty old 2020. This damn near came out in 2019. Like, this is an older game, and it's been 4 years. It's been 5 million years since 2020, everyone. Yeah, oh, pundit, lol. So when you have the time to answer, what makes Ogre Gate so quintessential to the Wuxia RPG space? Ogre Gate does everything with a shit ton of options for you to fuck around with. And I like that idea behind that particular game. And Wandering Heroes in general. Because Wandering Heroes is a game that you can build your own kung fu style, and you feel like you have your own kung fu style. And you can do what you want to do with it, if that makes sense. It's very open-ended, and it's, you want to go on a fucking Wuxia adventure, you can, because the game really does encourage you to pick a direction and start walking, kind of thing. Go on those wacky large adventures. You are a cool guy who doing cool things, but it still has that good beat to it. It's got a good beat. System's not complicated. It's been the same system since day one. But you also feel like it's, how do I want to word it? Righteous blood, ruthless blades. Felt like eating a cheeseburger. Like a McDonald's cheeseburger. You know what you're getting into. It's beginning and ending, and you don't think about it too much. Ogre Blade was eating a steak. Ogre Gate was eating a steak. It's heavy, but damn is it good. It does everything you kind of want with it. It kind of does everything you need with it. And I liked that idea behind it. Strange Tales of Songling is in the right direction for me. That's my takeaway for this one. It's in the right direction. Is it fully the right game? I don't know yet. So, we're gonna need some help with this. So we're bringing in Mu Dang. Say hello, Mu Dang. Now, this may not seem too complicated, and it really isn't. But yes, welcome to Mu Dang, where he's going to be helping us with all of our characters. So, let's get into it a little bit. Lots of... This may look like, man, that's a lot of... This is, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 pages of just the table of contents. Yeah. However, we're kind of jumping into this one feet first. So, it's, ultimately speaking, Strange Tales is a... How do I want to word this? Strange Tales of Songling is a supernatural horror story. Ah, manly co-host, Mudang. Don't worry, we've got... No, go away, young Master Doge. We're bringing in Manly. Manly from the top rope, one might even say. God of Guns, holy shit, what a title. Brutal, dude. Intense. But this is kind of the idea, you know, it's captured with move feelings like a Chinese ghost story, A Bride from Hell, King Hu's Painted Skin, a lot of these different things. It is Strange Tales from a Chinese studio. And if you even notice, it's by Pu Songling. And if we, Strange Tale, if we... Strange Tales from a Chinese studio is quite literally a bunch of fucking scary stories from China. They are Chinese scary stories about things that usually kill you violently and everyone makes fun of you for dying to them. Because you're a bitch. In this game, you're encountering all of them and they all want to kill you. It is a simpler variation of Wandering Heroes. And that's not a bad thing, you know, kind of manju. Just some basics. Now, the most basic way to understand, we hit the ground, when I say we hit the ground running, I'm not lying. The basic idea of this system is roll a number of d10s, take the highest. So let me grab my d10s from here. Let's say, oh no, Mudang, you need to do some, let's see, you need to do some, oh no, you need to tame a fucking tiger. Roll those 2d10, because we have a 2 in creatures, and I scored a 4, because I suck. But I might roll again and get a 8 and a 5. I rolled an 8, therefore I would have, you know, done better. Usually it's against a target number of some variety, usually one of these 3 target numbers for the enemy or not. This game isn't complicated. Even having 1 or 2 dots on something usually means you're doing pretty good. Having 0 dots on something doesn't mean it's impossible. It means you take 2 and take the lowest. Roll 2 and take the lowest. I rolled a 5 and a 7. I would take my 5. That is legitimately the entire game. No. You want more? No. No. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. It's as shrimple as that. Speaking of Notepad, opinions on static target number versus GM makes it up target numbers. I usually like to have provide a list if I do have target numbers. I have been flirting more with set target numbers for everything. It does promote a very different kind of game. It's interesting enough. It depends on what. Game's simple. Game's really easy to get a hold of. It's something you can teach someone in 5 minutes. That is one thing that I do like about Songling, and did like about Righteous Blades a little. You can effectively do this in, say it in 5 minutes. Teach someone this in 5 minutes. The only complicated parts is when you start getting into the, minor multiple rolls or things like that, but really it's not too complicated. But then we launch straight into character creation. First thing we gotta do, we gotta make a character. Every character is built from a path. What is a path, ultimately? Well, your paths, there are technically only 4 paths, but these are broad skill sets that you have, as well as giving you some bonuses. Now, these 4 classes are pretty simple. It's effectively fighter, priest, priest 2, rich guy. Now, if we go down to the demon hunter, we are Mudang is a demon hunter. Because Mudang is a demon hunter, he has level 1, he has a magic technique, and he gets these initial skill ranks. And these aren't too complicated. I get 2 rank 2s, 2 rank 1s, 2 rank 2s, and 1 rank 1, some physical skills, and some basic skills here. And these are your base defenses, and almost everyone has 2 wounds. This is important and one thing I'm not a huge fan about in this game. You get 1 kung fu technique, 1 magic technique, and then you can sense demons and ghosts at level 8. Now, level 8 seems like it's going to be a long time, or oh my god, it's going to be huge or whatever like that. One thing to note is that you level up relatively fast in this game because it's per adventure, effectively. You do 10 adventures and that's that. As a demon hunter, it's 8 adventures, or 8 sessions even, and then you get sense demons and ghosts, and then you got a good beat to it in this game, and I like that idea. But then, we have the Ritual Master. You draw on supernatural energies, others fear to petition and dabble in external alchemy. Oh no. Here's all your things here. Max wounds 2. You don't actually have 2 max wounds, you have 1 max wound because you are a fucking wizard. And as you see, you get a bunch of ritual skills. Rituals are pretty powerful. They are very powerful, in fact. And then you get the Scholar, otherwise known as Brendan's favorite. Yeah. These are 2 classes. This is 1 class. Because as a Scholar, you get all of these things. But you get a free skill increase each level. That means every level you get to increase one of your skills up by 1. That's pretty powerful. But they can't take any combat skills. They actually have almost no combat skills. Actually, yeah, they literally do. Yeah, they have almost no combat skills unless they use their free skill. Use that free skill for at least an arm attack. They also get a stipend. What does this mean? They get $250 extra dollars. They start with $350 compared to everyone else's $100. Or you can be poor and get a new skill. You can learn a bunch of techniques. Yep, you can learn all of your techniques pretty reliably. Only down here, though, only at level 9. And at level 3, you have a very powerful ability. Run like hell. Just book it. Fuck it. Run. Just keep running. Don't, oh no. Yeah, you can play this is the most important thing in the world. Can you play Scooby-Doo? Yes. You may be amazed to learn, but playing Scooby-Doo in this game... Can I use much time to make the fabled coin sword of exorcism? Unfortunately not. Yeah, playing, Scooby, of fucking House Shaggy is entirely possible. Yeah, frantic research. Things like frantic research are really important because you are effectively the guy sitting in the back trying to make skill checks to not die effectively, as well as try to help them fight things. I want you to imagine you're like a guy in the background, book open, trying to ward away a fucking ghost, screaming at the top of your lungs, someone get the fucking thing away from me, oh god, oh god, oh god. That's what you do. That's your job. They probably get the most amount of just stuff compared to the other classes, because this is the wandering sword technique. Yeah, you just kill things. What's your ability? Kill things. You do get, you specialize. You're pretty much like the only class that has a 3 rank in something. And you're going to pick up a 3 rank in a combat skill, and that's going to be how you deal with problems. You beat the shit out of it, and you don't stop swinging. And you also get block. Block is insane. Wanna know why block is insane? Because you can prevent melee attacks. You pretty much get a second way to stop damage coming at you. Which is really important for you because that's your entire gimmick. You can also dodge for free. You get one kung fu technique, and one of the big things too is that you can actually increase your health. You are the only person who has 3 max wounds at level 6. Nobody else has 3 wounds. This is important because all attacks either do 1 or 2 damage. But yeah, that once you're kind of picked into this, you're kind of, I wouldn't say stuck into it, but yeah. You also, how do I want to word this? How do I want to word this properly? Some of these are more popular than others. Let's just say that. I would say someone is always going to play a Wandering Sword. Someone is always going to play a Scholar. Someone might play a Demon Hunter. Ritual Master is going to be the one that people are going to say, I'm good. Not because, oh, well, you don't get any of that. It's because, like, you get the rituals and stuff, but then these guys already kind of get magic stuff. So they kind of are kind of going back and forth on that. It's a little odd with some of how things are broken down. But yeah, second thing after learning how to make a character, how do you fucking die? One of the odd things is that it's playable as a multi-generational setting. You make 10 adventures, and then anyone who makes it past those 10 adventures can then pass on to the next generation, which you make a new character that is a child or something to go on 10 more adventures. Yeah, you can, effectively, dying is pretty easy in this game. Character die, make a new one level lower than your current one. Yep, when you complete an adventure. And then retirement. Once you complete that, you retire. Congratulations, you did it. And that's it. This is the entirety of the character death and advancement campaign section. This is it. Straight to the point is the nature of the beast with this one. Now we get into the actual system. The basics of it is, as I said, roll d10s equal to your skill, take the highest. If you roll a 10, that's a special success. And special successes give you a little bit more out of it. So usually it's more damage, it's more abilities, it's a better result. In general, if you have at least 1 point in something, that means you have a 10% chance of scoring a special success. If you have no points, you have a 1% chance of scoring a special success. You see where the value comes in. There's something fascinating about Scooby cultivators. The super snacks. Yeah, that's one of those things, yeah, that they kind of just go right into it. Bears of the Bleeding Snow. You want to fight a bunch of sun bears? Yeah, no. Don't. oh no, gang, we're gonna fight the sun. We're gonna fight the fucking murder bear. No! I don't want to fight the murder bear, Scooby. This seems like a terrible idea. Fred, let's leave. Fredzo, we gotta fucking leave, man. But yeah, then it's make a roll here, and then we talk about turn orders in combat. Effectively, if you want to make initiative is just a speed roll. Speed is a skill. These physical skills, you're gonna see speed is pretty important, relatively speaking. If you ever have an opportunity for speed, grab speed. Some of these other ones are, you don't see these other ones as much as you would think. You don't see these used as frequently as combat obviously is. But you roll that, whoever rolls the highest goes first. This is purely highest, you can't fail these rolls or anything. So I have 0 speed. I rolled a 9 and a 5, that means I would go on 5. And if someone rolled a 6, they would go on 6. Easy enough to understand. Then we have attacks. It's skill roll. Except there is there's two things for attacks. Oh no, Mu Dang is punching himself. And he is going to make a 2d10 roll versus 5. I rolled an 8. Okay, I hit myself. I then apply whatever my damage is, and then roll that against hardiness. I roll again, and I scored a 5. That means I would have damaged myself. That's really it. As you kind of see here for like a bow, Mu Dang wants to shoot you with a bow. So he's going to do that. He rolled. Cool. He rolled dog shit, and everyone laughs at him because he sucks. Mu Dang's life is pain. Can I see it? You harm target, roll damage, you get a 10 result. You add 1d10 to your target damage roll. Damage usually isn't very huge, but it doesn't need to be huge. And if you are lucky enough, you might be rolling 2 or 3 damage. That's like insanely lucky, or you have an insanely big weapon. Most of the time, you're going to be rolling 1. And that 1 die, you're going to have to beat the hardiness. If you beat the hardiness, you do 1 damage. You hit 10, you do 2 damage. Now, let's play a game here real fast. When the number of wounds delivered equal max wounds of a target, the target begins to die, equal to their hardiness. If the target has more wound, the target has max wounds, then they die instantly. Huh, okay. Now, let's play a game here real fast. Let's play a little game here real fast. I'm being mauled by a bear. They get to roll that. And how many wounds do we have, everybody? Can you make a guess? Yeah, 2. We have 2 wounds. 2. You see why that's an odd issue. Effectively, when you get hit by an attack, and you probably will get hit by an attack, you have about a 10% chance most of the time, sometimes even worse, to instantly die, effectively. You're going to start going down real fucking fast. And especially if you're playing a ritualist, because if you're playing a ritualist, you go down to 1 wound. That if you get a total success damage, you just die outright. Shit is lethal in this game. And that's like one of the like really valuable things about playing like a warrior, for example, because a wandering sword effectively means you get a free chance. I hit you. No, you don't. I roll block. I got a block on you. I'm gonna get shot with a bow. No, you don't. I dodge it. It's fucking bonkers. You're like, oh shit. Then you kind of even look at Mu Dang here. Mu Dang has a little bit early, but he's got a martial art that reduces the target's hardiness by -2. Oh. This is a game of rocket tag. It's not as bad as rocket tag, but it's we want to get an advantage on you way more than you would think. I want to get an advantage over you as fast as possible. So, open damage. Very powerful creatures have open damage. What does this mean? It effectively means you just roll a number of damage, and whatever succeeds, you take that damage. I have 3d10 open damage against your hardiness of 5. Oh, look here, everybody. I scored 3 successes. You take 3 damage. This is horrifying. And you heal fast, but die fast. Now, in any other situation, if you're just going about the adventure, you effectively have about 3 target numbers, which is going to be 3, 6, and 9. 3 is really freaking easy, 6 is pretty average, 9 is your excessive difficulty. Technically, you can set it anywhere. You can set it as 4 or 7 or 8 or whatever. Generally speaking, you're going to do about 6. And yeah, on the standard monster inventory, spotting a person or monster is detect TN6. That's it. I have successfully taught you how to play this game. Moving is pretty easily. Most of the time, like, Wandering Heroes has a better way of doing this, but Wandering Heroes is very specifically about traveling the world. This is a very simple one. They even outright kind of say you don't really need to do that. Combat, 30 feet plus 10 feet of speed rank in a single round. Do you need a map to play this game? No, you don't need a map. If you have one, it doesn't hurt. Especially if you want to do something a little bit more precise, having a map does not hurt. But generally speaking, when it comes to the optional rules, flaws are pretty easy. It doesn't really do anything. What I would effectively do is anytime your flaw comes up, you get something. What do you get? I don't know. You get something. Maybe you recover wounds, or you get a bonus or an extra die. Expertise. You get an expertise with something. This is your very specific thing. Cool. You can pick 2 different expertise instead of raising a skill by 1 rank. I think this system works fine. I don't know why it's an optional rule. And then reputation. Don't think about it too hard. That's it. In blank space. Now, these are your 3 defenses. 3 defenses are going to be used for almost everything in life. Hardiness is how tough you are physically. Cool. Boom, I'm super strong, I'm ready to go. Evasion, I want to stop getting hit. I want to evade. With mental stuff. That's pretty much it. Skills are pretty simple to understand. None of the skills are excessively strange. It does get a little weird when it comes to the arm strikes and leg strikes, which were kind of weird to begin with. Let's not get ourselves. How effective would a party of melee-only tanks, considering how lethal this game is? Don't go around courting death. This game came out in 2020. This is very early 2020. And how effective would a party of melee-only tanks? Really, you can't do that, but a band of wandering swords is possible. The thing is, if you want to do that, my thing would be, you can do that. Yeah, play a bunch of wandering swords. I would recommend one person play as a scholar, though. Like, one person is the scholar doing something. Because without kind of a skill monkey, it's harder to do certain things. But because of how quickly things can die in this game, you really don't need that many. That's the weird thing. Like, this is the kind of game where you can have, like, 1 or 2 people who are excessively good at combat, and they can carry you through the combat. But yeah, arm strike, pretty easy to understand. Yeah, damage roll for arm strike is equal to muscle. Why is this important? My muscle is 2. My arm strike is 2. I can punch harder than my bow. I'm gonna shoot you with my bow. What if I just beat you to death? Let's just fucking throw hands. But yeah, no, I got a pretty decent chance of doing that. But then you also get leg strikes. Leg strikes are a little odd, because effectively you take a negative 1d10 penalty to your attack roll. Leg strikes effectively have 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 2. For the amount of dice you're rolling. On the other hand, you're rolling more and more dice. Yeah, muscle plus 1d10 for damage. I could do 3d10 damage for this, which is kind of bonkers because that's a higher likelihood of scoring a 10 and doing 2 wounds. Melee weapons, and then range weapons. Generally speaking, like Mudang here, Mudang is all about punching people. He wants to punch people, but he wants to pull back his bow when there's a problem at range. His bow is not going to be as good as him punching people, though. But he wants to be aggro about it. Go in, beat him up, and leave. But one thing I do like is that they do actually have uses for each of the skills. Medicine does, someone should take medicine. Someone take medicine. Anyone. Get at least a point or two in it. Why do we need that? Because medicine will save your life. Divination. Yeah, there's an entire thing of divination in this game. You can, anytime you divining, the GM rolls, and you're going to figure out something might go on. Poisons, alchemy, theft. Trade, ritual. Ritual is ritualist stuff. Talents are artistic expression. And welcome to one of the scariest fucking interpretations of a hopping vampire. Yeah, no, fuck this. I do like the artwork of this book. It does not fuck around with the artwork sometimes, and there are some pretty gruesome shit. You're like, damn. A group of wandering heroes. I will always say all of these books have a very consistent it's all all of these things have a very distinct art style, and I do think it keeps it very consistent. Very physical stuff. Speed is probably speed and muscle are the most important. If you want to be a melee fighter, take muscle. Even though, weirdly enough, sometimes taking really heavy weapon. How do I want to word this? Some melee weapons use muscle, others don't. You might want to use speed too if you're going for a very certain kind of thing. Dealing how the damage works, Right is probably out of all of the skills, out of all of these skills, there are very clearly ones that are better than others. You don't need many people with religion or the classics. You might need some people to have persuade. Detect is always nice to have. You're always going to need to be detecting things. But yeah, now we get into path powers. Now, this is kind of a weird... They say, oh, it's path powers. Not really. So, then we get our Kung Fu techniques. There are not many Kung Fu techniques. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There are 15 Kung Fu techniques. But I want to check something real fast. I want to check something. Where is the... Where are my goddamn Kung Fu? Great. Are you... God damn it. If I remember correct, I don't have Wandering Heroes. I have it in here. You know what we're gonna do? Fuck it, we're doing it live, everyone. We're doing it live. I'm gonna get Wandering Heroes out. I'm gonna open both of these up. Now, you're gonna get mad at me by doing this, by the way. You're gonna get real mad at me. It's gonna get mad at me because I have to plug in my external hard drive. welcome to my external hard drive hours. Yeah, external hard drive is out. Now we have to unplug the external hard drive, put it back here. We replug in the other flash drive with everything in it. Check my keyboard again to make sure that it didn't reinstall everything again, because it does that quite a bit. Qíyì, we go to straight thing. As you see, we like to keep things a little bit loosey-goosey here. So, I'm going to open up. I have not done this yet. I have welcome to Wandering Heroes of Ogre Game. Hello, Butler. And we want to go to kind of see how open-ended some of these are. I want to find Kung Fu system. Tell me more about the Kung Fu techniques. I want to go to page 106. So, you can't quite adapt it over. You kind of see it. You can't quite adapt everything over, but the concept still kind of stands. Where, let's say we have, for example, let's go down to strike. Technically, it's just any melee skills used with any melee weapon. On a success, you add 1d10 to the damage roll. On a total success, you add 2d10 ranks of Wuxia to the damage roll and exceed the soft dice cap. This is what I mean by I like wandering. How precise you can be, how you can make cathartic skills, how you can make a bunch of bullshit go on. In theory, again, in theory, with enough time and effort, I think you could probably go from A to B with these. And I wanted to, kind of see. Gosh, the fly whisk. Yeah, no, fighting people with the fishing hook in this game is very, very powerful. Yeah, I think there's probably a flying sword. Fucking flying swordsman. I have an affection for flying swordsmen. We played a full game of it, and I do like the fact that the author is like, yeah, I need to rewrite this game to be better. It's interesting. But yeah, it's like, in theory, you could probably convert all the Wandering Hero Kung Fu to this game, but most of these are better than they were in Ruthless Blades. I'll say that. So let's say, for example, Fist of Iron. Hit with incredible force. Make an arm strike. On a success, do normal damage, but target's hardiness is 2 lower than normal. On a total success, it's 4 lower than normal. Pretty good. Hey, double hand strike. Strike 2 opponent. Hey, flight of the sword. You throw your sword similar at your foe from a tremendous distance. Yep, that's pretty easy stuff to understand. You're not going to get a lot of these, obviously. You're only going to get a very, very short handful of them. But Kung Fu. But as you kind of see here, a lot of magic techniques. You want to ring a ritual bell, causing any Jiangshi under the spell of the paper talisman of Jiangshi command to travel. Blood against demons. Slice your palm and strike a demon or spirit with it, causing it to burn. Little blades. You raise 2 fingers, summoning 2 tiny spectral blades with unnatural. Strike any unnatural creature. Make a ranged skill roll against 1 demon, monster, or spirit within 30 feet. Like, even like 1 or 2 rituals can really do things, including the fuck you exploding paper technique. Various important ones. I did the paper talisman of ghost warding. because the paper talisman of ghost warding was, hey, I can put this on. I take a paper talisman, put it on a door, and no one can. The ghost cannot pass through it. We are safe unless they make a wits check. Oh no, it's very difficult. And difficult for them to break that wits check. You want to fight a giant demon fish? Yeah. Well, yeah, paper talisman, tripping ghost. Rituals are a little bit more detailed. You use rituals for it. They're all TN6. And some of these are like, let's say, a dream lotus. Create a vast illusion of lotus flowers, which you may attempt to imbue with dangerous mystic energies. Make a ritual roll, and with success, you cause lotus flowers to bloom up to hundreds of yards in all directions. These are illusions, and the closer viewers get, the further away they seem. Ritual may attempt ritual TN6 instead. The total success aroma of lotus flower puts people to sleep for 1d10 hours. Demon and spirit powder. Forgetting fog. You want to do a filial coins and talking beasts? Yeah, no, it's yeah, you want to do the coin trick? You recite a line of magical verse before a single coin. It bows reverently at you, bending slightly to the middle. Its center becomes a mouth, allowing it to communicate to you alone. It's dutiful as a son or daughter, equally spy on your behalf the related information it finds for you. 20 minutes, here, finally, I have my real child. Coins. Go, my children. Yeah, some of these are pretty important, pretty big. And this is why playing a ritualist has its appeal, you could say. The ritualist's appeal is getting your big super abilities, including roast piglet demons. Yeah, I don't... Not gonna lie. You wanna have roast piglet demons? Yeah, it's right here. Small piglets whole. The cooking process transforms them into spirited beasts who attack upon your command. Yeah, you could have no fear. It's a cookout, but you could just throw endless fucking pig demons at problems. When in doubt. Let's see. Why do Zoomers have a bunch of weird fetishes? Zoomers have a bunch of weird fetishes because they grew up on the internet. And if you think it's normal, people are going to think it's normal. Easy as that. Zoomers grew up on the internet, and Gen Alphas, well, I don't know what the fuck we're going to call them now. The new ones. They're growing up on a very fucked up, weird Zoomer tier internet. It's very fascinating. I want everyone to remember there's a 12-year-old who was born in 2012 right now. I just want you to internalize that for a second. There's a 12-year-old born in 2012. Doesn't seem real. Great. Rotting death. You bribe the king. Yeah, rotting death. Let's just, you bribe the king of hell to protect you from death. First, you need to kill an innocent person. Then, burn the body and get 10,000 coins worth of paper currency while writing a request to be protected from death by the king of hell. Yep, you take the ashes of the body and money and drink them in elixir. Then you make the roll. On a success, you're protected. Spirited object, spiritual defense. Let me see. There was the where's the cultivation one? No, I didn't see it. Oh yeah. Give me 1 second. We need to do the correct one. otherwise known as, I know you all would be acting unwise around your lovely fox people. Yeah, no, it's summon spirit beast, make a ritual roll, summon a random spirit beast to aid you. They're not under your command, they just show up. Yeah, have no fear. Yeah, I'm gonna let me talk to this dead animal real fast. Tell me what you know, dead animal. And then we hit chapter 5, which is weapons. Most weapons are pretty easy to understand. Light weapons are, these are not, like, this is the extent of weapons. Do you have a weapon? Yeah, you use speed for light weapons. You use muscle for heavy, for melee weapons. Arm strike, leg strikes. Bows and crossbows don't have like a great damage. That's a good compromise. But one of the most valuable things you can get is a peachwood sword. Why is a peachwood sword useful? Because they don't do a lot of damage by itself. It just does muscle damage. On the other hand, it does bonus damage against people who cannot be normally affected by weapons, which is pretty useful, not gonna lie. Total successes on attack and damage rolls, pretty normal. So, everyday items. Just wanna buy random shit. Wanna buy a cup of wine, 10 coin. Wanna buy some tea. Wanna buy some wanna buy a flute, a fine hairpin, good clothes. So there we go. The curing pill. But can restore ingredients of the exotic and expensive, costing 500 coins to heal one lost wound in a moment. Have no fear. Dong Feng's life-sustaining pills. Longevity substances. Shrinking substances. Yeah, shrinking. Transformative substances. Have no fear. Yeah, it's kind of the idea of like, pretty much ritualists can get these and just make them. Also, all of you would be acting unwise. Don't you know, don't you... Why is that gay? Oh, it's me. Hi. Looks like a snake. Not interested. She looks like she fucks human men. Yeah, welcome to... Like, yeah, it's a snake demon. Again, I know half of you would be acting unwise in this situation. I don't know what about that face. Just... Something about this face just activates so many things. Yeah, fucking snake demons, man. Don't fuck with them. You might fuck them, but don't fuck with them. Deadly poisons, cobra venom, sleeping poison, you know, objects of power. These are like... These are specials. Like, special items that you may or may not have. Such as, but not limiting to, exploding fucking beads. Wall Scroll of Zongku, the king of ghosts, which few are truly powerful. Those that produce spectacular effects are hung from walls to ward against spirits. If any ghost comes within 10 feet of the scroll, the Zongku emerges at its surface and gives chase. What the elders feel. Scholar Pu Mei. Raksha, you want to Raksha bones and... Yeah, skeleton puppet master show. Oh yeah, then we started getting into the really fucked up puppets, the fucking puppets. Yeah, there's the tiny, yeah, Yan's magic sword bag. Lacquered box is elegant. It contains a miniature sword. If you place the box near you when you're sleeping, it'll activate if a ghost approaches, releasing a sword to attack them. Again, half this game is just how do we fuck with ghosts? Tiger robe of the mountain god, Yan's magic bag. But then, campaign setting and running adventures. This is very much a monster of the week kind of game. You go into a scenario, and that's kind of all this is talking about. One of the big ones that they're talking about is the idea of the world of Songling. China or in Shìjiàn, or any other your own setting. The idea is the world of Songling. What is the world of Songling? It is the remains. It is effectively a library in which supernatural shit draws you in. It's an ethereal place where there are people going on adventures between the pages of his books. We've placed it in people that float in a dreamlike state. Setting between locations says you may know 5 days south of Songbird Villa. A map of the world's cluster of these different settings with some notes of roughly imagined distances between them. And this is really like a, well, we want to, how do we do library in pocket realms, the world of dreams and nightmares, ventures into hell. So yeah, this would be kind of like what a map, quote unquote, would look like. It's not even like it's just vague places between one another. You can set it in China. You can put it in, a strange sandbox. The strange sandbox key, you can run the game as a sandbox. One of the mindful key differences. Much easier to kill in Strange Tales. So, this is one of the rules that I would... How do I want to word this? If you want to run the game less lethally, you do this. Wandering Swords and Demon Hunters get a max room every other level. Scholars and Ritual Masters get one every 3 levels. 3, 6, 9 versus 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Wandering Swords and Demon Hunters are roughly going to have a 3, 4, 6, 8, 10. They're going to have about... Actually, 3, 4, 5, 6. You're going to have about 8 HP at level 10 as a Wandering Sword and 7 as a Demon Hunter. And you're going to have about... It would be 5 as a Scholar, 4 as a Ritual Master by the end. If you want to keep people alive longer, you use this rule. If you don't, fuck it. Succeeding at horror. Then they kind of talk about, well, how do you look at horror? How do you do this? Focusing on the right details, pay attention to players' reactions, and kind of the idea of like, you have to bend things that are very mundane to things that are supernaturally evil. Always mix in humor, always mix in romance. And these are just various adventure seeds that can show up. Essential viewing and reading, of course. We want more reading. There you go. More history and setting notes. There's everything you need. And then we get monsters. So, all of these, you get the very basic monsters. Those are easy. Yeah, like I want to fight a bandit. What do bandits do? Not much. Bandits don't do much, to be honest. They are not very... Bandits aren't scary. That's the point. They're not supposed to be scary. Constable. Well, we want to fight the government. All right. High-ranking government officials. Master swordsman. No, that seems... Ooh. That seems pretty scary. I don't want to mess with them. Soldiers, don't want to mess with them at all, But then we started getting into monsters like bears of intelligence. This is a fucking bear. Bears do 4d10 damage and hit you for 3d10. Yeah, no, bears are gonna fuck your day up. They take a lot of wounds. Oh, I want to fight the buckwheat beasts. Oh yeah, that ain't easy to kill. Chomp through bone. Yeah, no, dog spirits. You want to fight I like dog spirit, and this, like, we want to do the form until they find a body to possess. Nice little dog spirits. Then we have fish demons. Want to fight a fish demon with 7 fucking wounds? No. I want you to know, he literally showed up and then was immediately suspended. There's a white horse seeks a princess wielding a sword. It bears some intelligence. CCI. Holy shit. Can we fight Wukong? Let's see. Master Oogway didn't prepare me for this. Magic items, basically. Let's see. I get the reference. Can we fight? No fighting Wukong. We're too busy fighting demons and getting mauled by fish. Fish that want to kiss you, and if their passion is reciprocated, you begin to fucking drown. Yeah, you wanna smooch the fish here? You wanna go mwah? Give a big ol' smooch. Obsession zone. There we go. Snake demons cultivate through external alchemy. They can cultivate faster by drawing on human life, force them to become fully human if they conceive and bear a child. They vary tremendously in appearance, ranging from fully human to giant serpent. Yeah, you wanna... You don't understand. I'm just trying to help this evil snake lady become human. I can fix her, guys. Remember, when you're looking at a giant snake demon woman, you just have to say, nah, I can fix her. Yeah, don't worry about that too much. Oh, spider demons? Oh, often female than male, beautiful and seductive, but have 8 arms, which usually try to conceal. Yeah, no, you want to get eaten by a giant spider woman? Yeah, no, that happens. There we go. Oh, yeah, you want to just get mauled by a giant spider woman? Yeah, no. Have no fear. Oh, paralyzing. Don't forget about the, we cannot, forget the, paralyzing venom aspect. You know, where they bite you and they do 3d10 damage and you, you begin getting paralyzed. Spirit bears? I can fix her. I mean, I can fix her. Yeah, spirit bears, size of an elephant. Many begin life as normal bears, or bears of intelligence, become spirited away through consumption of human souls. Yeah, they do 5d10 damage. Yeah, and it devours your soul with level drain. Yeah, they can't really, yeah, killing these things are very fucking hard. And this is what they look like. Imagine seeing that thing, the size of a fucking elephant, showing up. Yeah, you wanna fight that? No, I don't. I don't want to fight that. You want to fight fucking dream bees? Nah. Want to fight dream hornets that are actually beautiful women that just eat you alive as everything else in this fucking game? You begin realizing very quickly that half the monsters in this are just beautiful women who kill you. Yeah, again, we got spirit, tiger, spirit tigers. They sometimes form attachment and have marriages and family. Once they don their pelt again, they would eat even their own children. Yeah, we want to have no fear. Magic or ritual magic. Tree spirits. Dormant beasts. Yeah, the dormant beasts that live in storybooks. Yeah, you want to just fight a fucking dragon and then die horribly because it's a fucking dragon. But you don't want to because he's a nice dragon, or you want to fight a snake elephant. Yeah, no. I don't want to fight that. Oh, the false dragon eats my fan. Oh yeah, that's great. Cool. Strange snakes. That's cool. Want to fight? Have no fear. You want to... Fuck spirits are used as female figures of seduction. Yeah, luckily this isn't a female figure of seduction. This is just a fox man looking at you being like, hello. We're appealing to the Ironside audience on this one. Spirit Tiger on your stream right now. Twin-headed Viper Phoenix. That's so specific. Yes. Resembles a phoenix. Love dormant, it begins a shiny worm, but grows swiftly to beautiful bird. Yeah, with one head of a phoenix and one of a viper. Yeah, also, it can choose to negotiate. Or just stab you to death. Yeah, there are multiple fox spirits. Of course, we've got bottled foxes. We've got enchanting foxes. Yeah, enchanting foxes, you look like beautiful women. Actually, spirited fox. They drain men of essence by sleeping with them and using their energy to cultivate. Yeah, now mind you, every time they kill people, they get more wounds. Yeah. Scholar, how many wounds does it have? Oh, it has 30. What do you mean it has 30? Yeah, don't have no, every time they do that, they gain 1 point of hardiness. If they kill the person, it becomes permanent. Yeah, they can just, that's how you kill people. You just eat their hardiness. Yeah, they all know kung fu techniques. Once they reach 9 wounds, they get 3 kung fu techniques. Hungry fox spirits just want to eat you. Punishing fox spirits that want to kill you. Yeah, no, it's no. Ghosts are scary. You know, many corpses hang on you. This is a hanged ghost. Place them in hell. Dieu. Like this, but hanged ghosts are particularly feared because they strangle people with a rope and persuade them to commit suicide in order to be reborn into the next life. Deathly persuasion. Yeah, just getting strangled to death. Invisible ghost. Loving ghost who cannot be eligible for reincarnation until they, with some unresolved matter of fate regarding a lover in their previous life. Also helping a former level deal with the present challenges or difficulties, but could be almost anything. Highly disruptive because they usually arrive after their lover has reincarnated many times. I don't know, like I'm just my reincarnated girlfriend wants to. Yeah, no, it's yeah, imagine like, oh my god, that's a second one. Likely Banivator. No shit. It has over 9,000 crows? What? I see no crows. Invisible ghost, right? This is Wuxia. Guess not all of them. Some should be invisible there. Yeah, now, yeah, loving ghosts are funny because legitimately, like, you could have an entire adventure where there is no combat. You're just trying to help. You're trying to help wife A help her husband who's like struggling between 3 different minds because wife B, the old wife is back. Damn, I married, you were my wife 3,000 years ago and now you're back. Fuck. Like, why are you back? Go away. The peony ghosts. Yeah, the peony ghosts is a returned spirit of a person who was offered a shortcut to rebirth who can find true love for 3 years. They are sustained by feelings of affection and usually seek out a spouse so they can marry and have children. However, if they are ever discovered to be a ghost by their spouse, they must return to Diyu and face their full punishment before being reborn. They look human unless they are exposed to the light of a direct candle or the sun. Moonlight, reflected light, and distant candlelight has no effect on them. When exposed to these light sources, they are seen for what they truly are, a rotting corpse. They are still able to live like normal people, eating, having children, and all the rest. You know, like, yeah, no, it's deathless, regenerate 1 room per hour, returns 1 day if they are destroyed. So it will reveal nothing more than a rotting corpse. Is discovered by their spouse, they must return to you and face punishment. If they eat or drink anything made from peonies, they are permanently destroyed. Yeah, you want to fight a bunch of tiger minion ghosts. And then we have the Jiangshi. There are quite a few different Jiangshi types. Drain life in blood drinking, drink blood, and their bites cause victim to become infected and turn into Jiangshi themselves. So standard one, risen corpses. They hop from place to place. They're pretty fucking dangerous. You know, they're very slow though. Luckily, the long dead Jiangshi are even faster and evil, and fucking will kill you. They will just dash. You know, they will Akuma dash kill you. The blood sucking ones that drain your life and eat you and infect you because they're just vampires, and then the invincible ones that are effectively unkillable. Or water. There's also the water variant. They're not too dangerous unless they get close. Various killer snakes, painted maidens. Painted maidens are all freaky. Skeleton puppet master. Yeah, the skeleton puppet master. Others say they are ghosts of wicked Taoist priests. They are skeleton puppeteers who appear suddenly and using small dancing skeleton puppets to lure children. When its child touches the puppet, their flesh falls from their body, leaving nothing but bone, making them another addition to the skeleton puppet master's puppet collection. Yeah, no, you can, yeah, like, oh, alright, that's horrible. Skinless minions just getting mauled by an actual real tiger. Yeah, no, tigers are... Yeah, no, tigers are spooky. Yeah, tigers can actually kill ghosts, by the way. Various Yaksha demons. Beautiful Yaksha demons who look like human maidens, but they will just eat your soul. You know. And then we have a couple of adventure paths to go down. Most of the adventure paths are pretty simple stuff. I'm not going to go through them, obviously. We've got the 13 used 13 wives, of course. Feiyan, wife number 4. And, of course, we also have Lingyo, wife number 9. The various adventures going on. Don't worry, nothing bad's happening here. Don't look at the spider wives. They're all nice people. Yujin. The heads of Waterfall Bay. You know, oh no. Spirit dragons. Don't worry, we also have gay. Because that's what happens here. Master Meng likes decapitating people and using their heads as ghosts. Lotus bullshit. Usually people fighting each other. Usually this... What's Sheng Zhao? Nothing. He's literally just a dude. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Various horrible things going on. But yeah, that is the majority of Strange Tales of Songling. I like this game. I think it serves its purpose. I think you should bump up the health a little bit. If I can't kill a one-legged crow burning the land. They're all spiders. Fun fact. Yeah, this is the thumb size man, yeah. There's a lot of things in this game that I like. And that's the thing. I like Strange Tales. I think the thing with Strange Tales kind of how do I want to word this? Strange Tales falters when you want to do anything other than in like an investigation game with like maybe one combat encounter, which sucks for someone who is built for combat. It's effectively like the person who's going to be building for combat is going to feel left out if we're not doing combat stuff. But combat is so hyper dangerous that doing that isn't really there. So I would say like give people like health a little bit more consistently so they feel a little bit more encouraged to engage in battles against demons and spirits and stuff, but always be like, yeah, you can't kill this thing unless you do something. I think if it leaned into that a little bit more, it would have been a little bit better, but I like the game as it is. We're almost there to hitting my like perfected, streamlined Wandering Heroes of Ogre Gate. We're almost there. We're like super close. Honest to God, I think this is a pretty good game. This is a good Halloween game, honestly. If you want to do a good Halloween game or something in the middle, it's nice, it's easy, gets the point across. Yeah, just something a little bit more, but I get what they're going for. Yeah, some people are going to really hop on this and say this is the greatest thing ever. Some people are not going to hop on it, say it kind of depends on the situation. But we're going to move on to our next game, which was one that was a little bit complicated to talk about. Welcome to Hong Kong Action Theater. You have probably heard of this game before, and it's a little bit odd to talk about. Now, this is Hong Kong Action Theater 2, 2nd edition. Now, I didn't find it until it was a little bit too late, but I do... Where is it? Where are you? Where are you? Now I put you in here somewhere. Where are you? You are not here. Hell, God damn it. God damn it. Going to, because I fucking got this already. Where the fuck are you? Oh, weird. What you were had to be. I guess I didn't. Oh. Wow, cool everyone. We've got Bedrock Brendan here. Everyone say hi. We've got a dev comment. Usually dev comments happen afterwards. Now, one thing, I did manage to find Hong Kong Action Theater, 1st edition. This game is almost impossible to find these days. I don't think you can actually buy it anywhere legit. Old game at this, like, relatively speaking, an old game. God, this was 98. God, oh Jesus. So this game is relatively old. We're not going over this one in particular because I found it a little bit too late. You kind of even see it's a little bit janky the way that this is handed out. You kind of even see this game is what we like to call this game having soul, where they just take movie images. Yeah, they just take movie images. It's the 90s. We can do these things. But Hong Kong Action Theater actually got picked up by Guardians of the Order back in the day, and it is technically tri-stat compatible. Yes, you too can now play Hong Kong Action Theater with Besom if you want. Why? I don't know why. Marcel Amp. Live. It's... Yeah, it's older than most people in my server, unironically, yeah. Yeah, no, Chris, you were effectively looking at things like Exalted. I think there's a lot of things like that. I think that's always a big thing there. Yeah, Hong Kong Action Theater is that game that always gets mentioned. It's very useful, maybe less now, the internet age. Back in the day was my Bible. Hell yeah. The thing is, Hong Kong action theater is always mentioned. You always hear about it. Anytime someone talks about, I want a movie game, I want an action movie game, Hong Kong action theater is mentioned, like the first thing that people talk about. But it does kind of have an interesting little story to it. It's nothing too extreme. So if we go to just Hong Kong action theater, I want to play this game, Hong Kong action theater. The weirdest part is that they talk a lot about the first edition on the Wikipedia page. This is where a lot of people are going to go. They don't talk about second edition really at all. The original game was published in 1996. Yes, Hong Kong action theater is older than I am. It is 28 years old. Yes, 28. And the main person behind it was Gareth Michael Sakara. Now, we've talked about him before, unfortunately. Now, we've talked about him in the best and worst ways possible. Because Mr. Skarka here, Skarka makes games, and one of his most popular one was Hong Kong action theaters, but he also did Skull and Bones, worked for Green Ronin for a little bit, Cubicle 7, a lot of things he worked on, but you probably know him for Far West. Yeah, Far West, everybody. Yeah. Oh no. Oh no. Far West is a little bit of a story, and this game was kickstarted back in, this was 2000, God, how long ago? What? Jesus Christ. This would be, oh geez, Kickstarter is breaking, by the way. Well, let me see. All 267 updates. Yeah, there's a lot of updates. This game was promised a long time ago. A long time ago. You kind of even see here, this was back in 2012. This was a 2011-2012 game that was supposed to come out about late 2012. Then it didn't. And then it didn't again. Then it didn't a third time. It was over 13 years, effectively, before it came out. 13 years, and I don't know why drive-thru is breaking today. I fucking, what the hell? I don't know why drive-thru is, no, there we go. Welcome to Far West. Yeah, Far West is... Yeah, this game took a very long time to get from point A to point B. Fully released last year in 2023, this game is a shit show. And I actually remember making a video about Far West, saying Far West will probably never come out, because there's no reason for it to come out, because it's been that long. Lo and behold, it did come out. I need to find it, need to get it. But on the other hand... Well, from what I've gathered, I can't blame the guy on this one. And I can't really blame the guy on this one because apparently a friend died who was working on it with him. There were people who... Things happened outside of that really, I can't blame the guy. Like, oh man, you didn't finish a game because one of your co-authors effectively died. I'm not gonna blame a guy for that. I'm not gonna say like, oh, you're a bad person or anything. I can't. Like, it does seem like it was just years of shit piling up. And especially when it was like, I want to make a transmedia project, and that probably fell through. Nothing I can't say anything bad about it. 12 years better late than never. It's kind of the Duke Nukem of games. But that's what Gareth is. You know, that's like the thing you gotta remember. However, it was picked up in 2001 by Guardians of the Order. Guardians of the Order, as we all know, makes Big Eye Small Mouth. Yes, Big Eye Small Mouth. And it's 5 years after acquiring it due to overwhelming debt. Yeah, Guardians of the Order went into bankruptcy. They are completely gone these days. They bought a bunch of license, and generally speaking, like, they were one of those companies that were doing really good for themselves. Everyone thought they had like a really TriStat was a pretty big game. They had a lot of anime deals, they had a lot of superhero deals, they were doing a lot of things, including Amber Diceless. Now, the problem is, well, they kind of collapsed. Now, the company now who owns, if you buy Hong Kong Action Theater, because you can buy Hong Kong Action Theater right now through drive-thru, you are technically buying it through Discomi. They're the ones who picked up all of the TriStat systems, and if you really look at it, they don't even really mention the fact that it exists. It's just part of the catalog for them. And you might say that's a tragedy, you might say that's a good thing. Always your prerogative. It's always a thing you gotta remember. But Discomi is technically the people who own it. Besem, Anime 5e, they don't even talk about the fact they own Hong Kong Action Theater. Game doesn't, it exists for a way to buy it, if that makes sense. It does not exist in any other way. It's been around for a while, 2004. You know, it's been on drive-thru. I think that's the thing you always got to remember. Yeah. Yeah. To this day, yep, that's his new company. No, Discomi is owned by the old Guardians of Order guys, if I remember correctly. There's a couple people who they paid for, and things were, from what I've gathered, everyone, the main people who work at Discomi are people that people do not like. If that makes sense. They are the worst human beings available. From what I've gathered, because they're like kind of the worst people who worked on that, but they picked up all the licenses, obviously. But yeah, you kind of see no mention of this game. It's kind of a dead game. It's kind of weird to say, oh, it's a dead game, but yeah, it's a dead game. The people who are engaging with Hong Kong Action Theater are people who know that Hong Kong Action Theater exists. You cannot purchase the original version from Adamant. Adamant does not, that particular company does not, Event Horizon Productions does not exist anymore. And you kind of see here, it was, where was it? Yeah, it was like, they don't exist. They got bought in 2000, for God's sakes. They weren't, you don't even really hear about them anymore. They're one of those dead companies, if that makes sense. They're a dead company that existed to publish Hong Kong Action Theater 1E, and then they are gone. As with many companies from back in the day. That's always kind of the sad fate, you could say. Notice they don't even cite any authors or anything. In the main book, if we go over here, in the main book, these are the people mentioned as writing it. Now let's do some looking here. Nicole Lindroos, game designer, worked in role-playing games, and hey, wow, look everyone, it's White Wolf Publishing. It's Atlas Games. It's a lot of Atlas, a lot of Green Ronin. Don't even think she's doing anything anymore. Like, and if you notice here, do you notice anything a little odd? Yeah, it doesn't even mention the fact that she wrote this. We also have, let's see, Jeff McIntosh. Let's look up Jeff McIntosh, TTRPG. Jeff McIntosh succumbs to cancer. Whoa, that's great. You know, big eye, small mouth team. That's what he was. Passed away in 2016. Fucking rough too. I saw that. 45, he was fucking young. Chris Pramis, I believe. Go to Chris Pramis, American game designer. Here he is. Wow, Dragon Age. He worked for Green Ronin and Hogshead and a couple of those other games. Very Wizards of the Coast, worked at Green Ronin for a while. Hasn't done anything for a while either. Looks like the last thing he really worked on was nothing. The last thing he worked on was nothing. Worked on Underground for a bit. Yeah, you see Hong Kong Action Theater, the original Song of Ice and Fire game. Good on you. Yeah, like, a lot of these guys were Green Ronin people, which is kind of interesting to think about, but Green Ronin kind of absorbed a lot of different people. Yeah, as you kind of see, they fucking made Green Ronin with Lindrus. That's his wife, apparently. Huh. Yeah. This is the guy who made fucking Green Ronin. Huh. I didn't know that. Interesting. Yeah, the guy who made Green Ronin wrote this game. That makes a lot of sense why they're all Green Ronin people now. That makes a lot more sense. Huh. I was looking at this from a completely different angle. Fuck, it's Lucian. Yeah, it's let's see, Guardians of the Order, Green Ronin. Wait a second. Lucian Solbad. He's written the script for games like Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Vegas, Far Cry 3, Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon, Far Cry 4, and Watch Dogs 2. Huh? Yeah. Dude, why the fuck were you in... Yeah, apparently this guy was made it too. Fuck it. Alright, I'm in. That's cool. Yeah. As you see, I didn't really look too deeply into this because I'm like, well, it's not the original guy, so I don't really need to go too deeply into things. But yeah, it's kind of see Tri-Stat system was by Mark. Various people were involved in this. The thing to... If I were to summarize... Let's see, yep, that's what I meant. Genius. So, the thing is, Hong Kong Action Theater was not, how do I want to... We want to keep the original thing, but we want to transfer it to our own system. Here's the premise, we have to transfer it to our own system. That's usually the big idea there. And if we were to really go deeper into this, there's probably more we could find. And if you want to, yeah, based on the first edition game by him all the way down here, yeah, this is Guardians of the Order and the Green Ronin. Yeah, no, it's a lot of people were involved in this game. And a lot of people were involved and went on to do other things, which I guess it's very appropriate that Solbin decided to go on and do something, make Far Cry. I guess that works. Now, yeah, Lucian Solbin right there. One of the things that you have to understand is that this is not a Wuxia game, necessarily. This is kind of what we were talking about, kind of that idea of like, you know, people get kind of confused with movies and things like that. This is also not a fantasy game. This is a action movie game. And what do I mean by that? This is an action movie game where you are the star of your very own action movie, to the point where you're not really playing your own character. You are playing two characters. So, to explain this a little bit, this is Mu Dang. This is Mu Dang, and he's playing Wolong Wuxia, a B movie. Mu Deng is all of these things, but he is also playing Wulin. Because he's playing Wulin, he has all of these abilities. That is the most basic understanding of what we're doing here. We are this, but we are playing this character. We add these things together. Because Wulin is a cool Wuxia cop, he's got a bunch of things going on, versus me, because I'm just a, Mu Deng's a regular dude. No, he is a very regular dude. But that's half the fun. You are role-playing, effectively, an actor playing a movie. That's the best way to kind of think about it. Now, everyone's players, GMs, we kind of set things up pretty simple to understand. Everything's pretty easy to get from point A to point B. Everything is tri-stat compatible. Now, can you put everything from Big Eye, Small Mouth into this? No, it is very specifically Big Eye, Small Mouth 2nd edition. The most recent editions of the game doesn't work. Now, I've been wondering why they have not tried to make Hong Kong Action Theater New Edition, but I genuinely don't think they know how to, or know they own this game. There is a distinct and very likely outcome that they legitimately do not know they own this. But, kind of just the basic stuff going through this. But then, character creation. Now, you have your actor and you have the role. You can remove the actor role aspect. I wouldn't, though. That would be my thing. That's what makes this game as interesting as it is because you have the split. Now, when you're making, we got our actors, actor defects, actor skills, fine skills, and all that. So, you have 3 stats. The tri-stat system. Body, mind, and soul. Almost every single action you do will be a body, mind, or soul check of some variety. And that body, mind, and soul check is taking that and adding this. That's all we're doing. I need to do something acrobatic. I would take my 2d6, acrobatics plus body, and I will want to roll under it. Yes, this is a roll under system at the end of the day. And see, these are very simple to understand. And then you have your star rating. Actually, I should say, generally speaking, this is your game's intended level. I would say go start with standard release campaigns. Standard release are pretty standard stuff. You are pretty competent. And then make the roles more exciting from there. Pretty easy to understand. And then we have, again, our basic stat. And then we have our star rating. What's our star rating at the end of the day? Star rating is how cool you are. That's not it. Yeah. Goddamn, this is stat, not star rating. Wow. Oh. You have your star rating. Your star power. What does this mean? Every single movie you go into, the director is going to give you a couple roles that you can bid for. I want to be the lead character. I want to be a side character. I want to be this. And you bid star power on it. I'm going to put 10 star power on being this. But there's a catch. Star power is also bennies. You can use these to do better things, such as rerolls or bonuses to your rolls. It's important, because the more you bet getting a cool roll, the less action you have to, well, not fuck up. That little bit, don't have a lot to bet, you get more out of it. That's the catch. And that's where you might have multiple people trying to get a star roll. The bigger your role is in the movie, not only the better your character is, but the more likely that your role that you are playing is going to get more star power out of it. You're the leading man of a story. That's the entire point. One thing about buying stats is bullshit. It's complete horseshit. You don't have a lot of points to really buy. As you kind of see here, I'm very average at 20 points because you need those points to do other things. Yeah, you don't have that many points no matter what you do, which is something that is going to throw you for a loop. Again, 20 points doesn't seem like, oh man, 20 points doesn't seem like a lot, but then you have to buy a 5, where that 20 points become 14 points. You want to buy a 4 in something, that's now 10 points. You want to buy a 3 in something, you now have 7 points remaining. And that is, if we look up here, below human average, adult average, above human average. Yeah, these prices are a little bit. The premise is very interesting, but could be a very tough sell. Yeah, you kind of have to lead up to it a little bit more, which maybe adapting this to Tri-Stat wasn't the best option because Tri-Stat was a little bit weird in that regard. The cool idea is you're playing a movie. Bad ideas, you're playing I'm playing a dude playing another dude pretending to be another dude. Like, there's multiple layers of weirdness going on with it. And that's when I wrote Satan Wore Snakeskin. I made that a kind of an idea behind the entire premise of the game was you are playing a character, you are playing an actor playing a character, but the idea of playing the actor itself comes up quite a bit because you're still a normal person at the end of the day. And I think the actor angle was something worked on for people really in Hong Kong action movies and knew all the actors, directors, etc. See, nowadays, I wouldn't even pitch it as like a Hong Kong action movie. I would pitch it more like the Raid. Any of those Jakarta action movies. You've probably seen The Raid, you've probably seen The Night Comes For Us. It's really fun looking at that movie now. You know, all of those movies. There's about 5 or 6 of them. Because you see Iko, and a couple of these other guys playing different roles and different characters, and it's really funny because, like, oh, hey, it's Rama. That's not Rama. Rama's a dick in this movie. Hey, wait a second, I know him. You start seeing all the actors in different movies and different roles, and it's fun. It's a good time. That's honestly what you'd almost have to like set your players down at this point and being like, we're watching The Raid and then The Night Comes For Us. Be like, these are the same actor. Like, no, they're the same actor but a different character, and their skills are very different from one another. I have an effect. I love The Raid. The Raid is amazing. The Raid 2 is a very different movie, but I still like it a lot. If you've not seen The Night Comes For Us, watch The Night Comes For Us. Another great movie, way bloodier though. And if you ever, if that scares you, if you want to watch The Raid, unironically, do you want to watch The Raid? Watch the Judge Dredd movie, the newer one. Because this Judge Dredd movie is literally just The Raid with Judge Dredd. It's funnier than fuck. Like, I remember watching that movie. I watched that movie, not the Judge Dredd movie, in the theater. They were doing a show of it. And it was funny because I was sitting there, I'm like, wait a moment, this is just The Raid. It's a good movie. It's a solid, good movie. But yeah, various stat costs, various things. The actor attributes, if I were to say there's any one major flaw in this book, major flaws are, well, the first one is that get ready for page flipping. Because these do not appear later on. If you want to have extra attacks for your role, you have to flip back to the actor side. If you want to double check something else, you got to flip to where it needs to go. That can be a little bit confusing. Generally speaking, attributes are your special abilities. These are your special things. Mu Deng here has got a few of them. I'm a director's friend. What does that mean? Well, I'm a director's friend, and that means I get to re-roll one of my die per session. I get an extra attack. I have international appeal. I get 2 extra star power at the end of the movie. Why? Because I just appeal to most people. I got that winning smile. Some of these were a little bit more overt than others. Like, you look at something like appearance. You know, physical comeliness. An actor lacking that is the average appearance. 4 or 5 increase the art of distraction attribute by 1, 2, 3 levels respectively, but only when the character is visible to his or her audience. Yet you get some of them like this, which is like, oh, well, if we increase it here, you get another thing over here, and it's a little odd if you want to do multiple things. But at the end of the day, what does appearance do? Well, appearance is this. This is what you actually get. And you're gonna see like, oh, -1, that seems bad. It's not bad. It's the way that it is worded, which is not great. So, effectively, let's say I have a -2 to a roll. Alright, cool. So here, I'll even write out a little scenario, just to kind of give people a little bit of an idea. My body is 4. I need to do an acrobatics check, acrobatics at, and I have an acrobatics of 2, and I have a penalty of 1. Now, how do you think this is going to be written in the book? How it's written in the book is effectively target number 4 //-3. Because what it would be is 2d6 minus 3. That's how you do that. Even though in perfect technicality, that's not real. Actually, that wouldn't even be able to be a +1. It would be a -2 technically, because it would be, no, it'd be a -1. Yeah, it'd be a -1. You see how fucking messy this can get? Because the acrobatics would be the -2, and then a penalty of +1. This is where things get wonky because you want to roll under. Sometimes what it's actually doing here, which is, I don't know why they don't word it like this. They word it later in other later tri-stat games like this. It's effectively, it's TN5. Because you would go up to 6, it would be, you effectively would be TN5 because acrobatics +2, penalty -1. So what's 4 + 2 - 1? It's 5. That's what we need. Roll 2d6 under 5. Yeah, I did it. I rolled a 4. I succeed. Yeah, it's... Sometimes the wording threw me off in this game, and it's going to throw someone else off if they don't quite know what they're getting into. Yeah, distraction attribute raises the art of distraction, ability to capture crowd's attention through or ability, innate charisma, beautiful resonant voice, captivate an audience. Yeah, it's like, do you want to be an attractive person doing attractive things? Effectively, it's the appearance that only may modify this attribute, level dictate how many people he or she preoccupies. Yeah, it's like a large crowd or deeply influence X amount of people. Very loosey-goosey, hell, you're damn healthy. 10 additional points, 20 additional health points. Your director's friend, you get all these things. Energy bonuses. Luckily, it's not like certain ones, like the absolute latest Bezum games. Apparently, energy is fucking mandatory. Energy isn't really a big thing in this game as much as you would think, because there are characters who use energy a lot, but if you're using energy a lot, you already know you're using energy a lot because you're playing a role that has magic. And they're going to give you a thing called energy bonus, so you have a bunch of additional energy points. That's one thing I do like about this game, and that sounds a little confusing, but your role is going to support you playing that role. Your actor is just something to make that role easier or better for you. You're a really physical, strong person who does physical, strong things. You want to go for a tough character because you're just adding on to it. Again, extra attacks, multiple extra attacks, extra defenses. Extra defenses are pretty useful. You see, they're not too expensive to grab, but with 20 points and buying, and becoming a real human being, it feels like, yeah, that's a little expensive, 1 point. Focus damage. That's like one of the things with this game is it doesn't really, these points are a lot more valuable than you think. And it hurts when you have to spend them. And unless you go really unless you kind of double down on the amount of points they get, like a big budget or even a blockbuster campaign, then you feel like you actually have a little bit more room to wiggle. But at the end of the day, why do you buy attributes when you can buy better stats, which are going to make everything else easier? That's kind of that back and forth that's not great. And focus damage. A lot of these are like these. They're special attributes that, say, I have Gun Fu, I have this, it's cinematic stuff. Because I pick up, let's say I have Gung Fu 1, I can say Cool Explosion. The character can often find and target an explosive object like an oil drum, fuel canister, or high-pressure steam pipe, and blow it up with a shot. Do this. These are effectively special abilities you have. And some of them are pretty big, some of them are not pretty big. It kind of has a very specific Wu special, even though, fire 2 guns at the same time, he or she may make both attacks against the same target. Then you get things like highly skilled, which just give you extra skill points, which don't feel very impactful because skill points are also very, very expensive. International appeal. I went with international appeal because I like the idea of just additional star power. I think that was a fun one. I wish there were more, how do I want to... I wish they doubled down on the actor angle more. And I do like the idea of, like, its signature moves and stuff. Oh, it's your signature move of your thing that you want to do as an actor because that's good for your career. But, hey, you maybe want to do something else. Sword Fu, typecast. Like, even things like getting typecast. Like, I even like the idea of, like, yeah, this is your... Like, you're always getting typecast as something. That's fun. That's funny. Being like, I want to be typecast as I'm always typecast as a triad hitman or something. And no matter what pops up in that movie, I will always be a triad hitman because that's what I am. Or you have a theme music. Yeah, I wish they kind of did these more and made these more important. Because other times, it's like you want to play... You want to play a character that's going to fit the fact that you're in an action movie, not the fact that you're a Cantonese pop singer. Like, this is funny to play you're a pop singer, and this, like, that's just your thing that always happens. Or, yeah, people just like looking at you, because of course you are, because you're Screen Idol, and... Playing into that fantasy of being your Tom Cruises or things like that, I think would go for a lot further in this game. Sword Fu abilities, kind of the same idea. Wire Fu. My boy here, we've got some Wire Fu right here. I like the idea of Wire Fu quite a lot. Because all the idea with Wire Fu is that you get +4 to your martial arts bonus. That's it, you get +4 damage. Doesn't seem that valuable. +4? That doesn't seem like a lot. But what you can do is you take additional things and say, hey, I want to take a bonus here, but I get a problem over here. Hey, I took rapid strikes faster than the eye can follow. I get +8 to initiative when I'm using this attack. Cool, I'm doing some Wire Fu bullshit. That's my thing. On the other hand, I'm overly enthusiastic and I drain my energy points using Wire Fu. Oh, everything's telegraphed. Oh, like, I can only use this once per film because the producer doesn't want me doing things. various defects, you know. Yeah, the defects and like, okay, we got defects, we've got problems, we got bonuses, we've got... They are very... Yeah, it's you get some unique ones, or like you're just unknown, you're unskilled, you're just young, you're just a kid. Like, yeah, you're just an actual child. Just with being underage, including dealing with parents not being able to enter clubs. Yeah, just like, yeah, you want to be, yeah, I'm a 16-year-old guy trying my best to make it big. Like, you have literally your parents to worry about. It's like, oh. I made an omelet. Was it a good omelet? Everyone gets 20 skill points. 20 skill points seems like a lot. It's not. It's not a lot. It's definitely not. Why not? Why are skill points not that much? Why? Oh, 20 points don't mean much when acrobatics costs 3 a level. Or you get things like gun combat, which is 5 a level. 20 points in that gun combat means you can take a +1 or +2 to gun combat. Which feel really weird, and because the problem here is this applies to the role as well. And it's not like, as an actor, it takes you 5 to learn how to shoot guns because you're a fucking actor, and it costs 1 for a character to learn. No, it's as an actor and a role both cost 5, and that feels really awkward at some certain points. Like Mudang here. Mudang has gun combat 1. Because I legitimately could not afford to get anything else. Like, I was struggling with points a little bit. And even then, it's not a lot of points, to be honest. Like, you don't have a lot, and you are kind of flailing helplessly at a few times. Especially when it's like, boating is 1, but climbing is 3. They seem a little arbitrary at certain points. And especially when you want to do combat. When you're thinking of martial arts movies, you're thinking people are throwing punches a lot. Not really in this game, because like any amount of combat stuff is fucking expensive to take. 4 or 5 points a level, like that is not. But if you want to be an actual decent actor, like you want to be a decent actor, that's 1 point a level, and that's kind of painful. Even a few points, and like, eh. But is that a bad thing necessarily? You know, with this, I have to roll under a 5 for my gun combat score. Like, under a 5 on a 2d6 isn't impossible. It's not. It's very possible, in fact. Likely? Things get a little hectic. Because combat value covers so fucking much in this game. And, you know, the higher combat value reflects fighting spirit and increased knowledge of physical combat forms. Alright? You have attack and defense value. Now, the thing is, your attack value is all of your stats divided by 3. Right? This is your 2 hits, as well as usually how much damage you're dealing. Rolling a 4 under on a 2d6 is no easy feat. Getting 1 or 2 points, being able to get actual bonus 2 hits are going to feel a lot better than anything else, especially when your defense combat value isn't also very high. But anytime this goes up, which takes a while to be honest, it's kind of that very awkward song and dance. Ghost pepper cheese with Mexican hot sauce. It's a very awkward balance in Hong Kong action theater. And that very delicate balance is interesting. Health points are... You're going to get a good amount of health points, similar to a good amount of energy points. Never a ton. You know, 45 may seem like a lot, but it really isn't, depending on how you're getting hit and how much you're getting hit. The big thing, though, is with energy points is you can raise your stats for energy points. That's one of the big advantages of energy points. Oh no, I need better body. I want to spend 20 energy points and get a 6 instead of a 4. Hey, I need better mind. I'm going to spend X amount of energy points to do this. I need something else. I need something else. And one of the big things is you can use it to increase your health as well. Anything you do, you can increase your just a little bit of extra damage. I want to also increase damage by a little energy. I want to increase a little this, just a little this. Energy points are going to be spent for almost anything if you want just a little bonus. It's not like Besem, where Besem there's a lot of energy attacks and a lot of magic abilities and things like that. I would almost recommend that if you're playing like a high-octane character, you give them energy points for free. Just so they feel like they're doing something a little bit more active. Star power, pretty easy to understand. What can we use to do for star power? Spend a point for rerolls. Spend a point for minor changes to the script. Spend a few points for major script rewrites. Again, wish they played into this a bit more. They don't really. And it would be a lot more interesting where, I think this concept would fit a lot easier, a lot better in people's mind. If in the middle of a fight scene, you're doing things, and then for like someone says cut, someone burns some points or whatever, cut. Everyone goes there, everyone starts stretching a little bit, you shake some hands, you're a good hit, good that. And everyone kind of does something else, takes 5, drinks some water, has a chit chat, everyone goes back to the combat. All right, take it from the top. 3, 2, 1, go. Then the fight just re-begin. You would have moments of that, of like cutting in and out of the filming the movie. The story of the game is filming the movie. And at the end of the story, at the end of the campaign, it's the movie is done. And the movie plays and see how well it does. Or multiple adventure paths would be filming multiple movies. The actual story is the actors going up, getting down. The end of the story is, what's your career like? I think that could be fun. Don't play with that too much. It's one of those things where I want them to do more with it, and they just don't. They talk about it, then they pull back. Talk about it, pull back. Talk about it, pull back. If the SRD games win, I will finally get around to probably doing the JRSD, which if anybody wants Kino on the menu tonight, it's. I don't think people quite understand my small obsession with the Dallas television role-playing game, which I think every human being alive should read and know exists. And I want more people to know that the Dallas television role-playing game exists, because it's funny. It's the greatest game that ever existed. And I want to bring the Dallas television role-playing game experience to the modern world. Drag it kicking and screaming, as one might say. I don't get your obsession with the television. It's so goofy. That's the thing with the Dallas television show role-playing game, is it's the thing is with it is that it was not just like it's such a weird collection, because it's not only the first franchise game. Yes, that it wasn't like based on a movie, it wasn't based on like a fantasy book or anything. The first franchise game in existence was Dallas the television fucking role-playing game. Alright, kinda weird. And it was made by SPI, people famous for things like Campaign for North Africa, a bunch of hex and shit war games, decided to, for apropos of nothing it feels like, make the fucking Dallas television role-playing game. And the fact that it is almost directly responsible for SPI dying getting acquired by TSR, and then TSR die and get acquired by Wizards of the fucking Coast. It's such a bizarre series of events with that game, and you don't think it's real, but it's great. But kind of, various background points, incentive will award you 1 to 3 background points for each contribution you complete. Again, not very, like, I wish they gave you a little bit more, wish it was a bit more mechanical. It's kind of the nature of the beast. But then you create a bunch of roles. This is mostly for the GM. The GM is making a bunch of roles and handing out to you. They effectively make a bunch of sub-characters. Ooh, snoozing. They make a bunch of sub-characters that you will apply. I made my own. I made, Wulin Wuxia Cop. This is Wulin Wuxia Cop. But technically, anyone could become Wulin. Anyone can have these abilities just as much as anyone, just as much as Mu Dang could become any role. So everyone's trying to become like the burned out cop, the Shaolin master, triad assassins. You're making each one. Now, this is where things get interesting, which is the idea of, again, you're bidding on roles. I want to be this role. I want this role. I don't want this role. I want this. I want that. You're doing the big ones. And there are 4 technical types of characters. Brief walk-ons, non-player characters. These are your NPCs. Speaking parts. These are also NPCs, but they're NPCs with a name, kind of thing. And then we have supporting characters. Appear throughout the movie and play an important part of the resolution of the movie. Not the focus. Then the lead role. These are your side characters. This is your lead. This does mean that one player is going to be a lead, but they might not be a lead for the next movie or the movie after that. They might be the lead for only 1 or 2 movies. And you would use these the exact same way. You are buying these different roles, buying these different packages, and you're adding them together. And this does mean, like, hey, you are doing well. And I do like the idea, like, you can increase your role's attributes by converting star power into character points. This is very expensive. Hey, you need to get more. So I went with a B movie. A B movie lead role. 5 character points, 10 skill points. What do character points do? Nothing much. Can't really spend them on too many things. I spent them on a bunch of attributes. A bunch of attribute things, because I'm like, this is a budget movie, a guy hired his friend to star in. But you can go up for like the blockbuster movies with 40 character points, 80 skill points, these huge blockbusters effectively. And you kind of even see like a walk-on has nothing on B movie, but a walk-on has 520, which is technically better than a lead role in a B movie. Because no shit, this guy in walk-on probably made more than the lead in a B movie. And depending on what you are, you do get, different energy point modifiers. You do get a lot more energy point modifiers in general. So as a lead role, for example, I don't have 45 health or 35 health. I have 65 health, 45 energy points because 55 energy points because I'm a lead role. I get a bunch more points. Now, some of these can only be role attributes. You're focused. Once per session, the character, can make an immediate soul stat check. Pose down. Pose down is like, hey, we flex our, we're striking a pose, and we start doing that. We get a bunch of penalties. The enemy gets a bunch of penalties. We can heal. You can heal points. We're fabulously wealthy because it's a roll only. But there's also a bunch of roll defects. You're easily distracted. You have ill fortune, servitude and obligation, moral codes, reoccurring nightmare. But these are just roles and some, special role-only skills, business management, computers, cooking, cultural arts. There's a lot of different skills here, and again, you see 2 point a level, 1 point a level, 2 point a level. You're going to feel like you want to take the good ones. when you're playing a character, when you're as a GM, you're going to be looking at a couple of these, being like, I need to make this very specific for players. Maybe not. I wish there was a little bit more templates to help people out here. Character advancement. When you finish a movie, when you finish an adventure, which is going to be like maybe 3 sessions at best, maybe even 1 session. What effectively is, how well do you do? Do you do really well? Do you do that? Or maybe it's a shit show and everything goes horribly wrong. And you get a rating between 1 to 4 stars. 1 star, you only get half of your star power back. You could lose star power. Acceptable. You get bid back. Good. You get a little bit more back. You get a lot back. Or you get double the amount. You should be, you are amazing. Generally, unless they fuck up a lot, you're doing here. Because this is the only way to also improve your stats. Is spending star power. So, the weird thing would be, you want people to go here more often than not. You don't want acceptable performances. Yes, sit up and take notes. There's effectively one that you want to do, one that should be reserved to be pretty, pretty loose. I wish there was another currency to improve yourself, like this after a film you get like training points or something. Not necessarily like, oh, well, I want to train better. It's just like by virtue of getting star power, you can convert it, but you also get more just to get better. Like, yeah, you start a bunch of shitty films. You're not good, but you're getting better just naturally. My hair got less red as I got older. Alco having redder hair is bullshit. You're just mad. Improving attributes and skills. Pretty easy to buy. Then various game mechanics. And we hit game mechanics. So, 2d6. Most basic understanding. 2d6 roll under your stat. Anything you do, 2d6 roll under your stat. That is the most basic concept that you ever must learn about. Having anything above that is bad. Various taking time to take actions. Generally speaking, you can do anything that is easy for you to do. Not too complicated to say. However, if you want to jump over a build, you want to jump across a gap in a building, you're going to make a roll. You don't need to jump over a puddle, kind of thing. Yep, adding 2 numbers shown together, 2 to 12. Distribution almost always follows the standard bell curve. And there we go. Generally speaking, attack, skill check, attack and dice roll, and stat checks. Roll the dice from a character's actions, so they play a roll, keep that. Pretty simple stuff. Stat checks are not as common. You shouldn't be making stat checks as much as you are making skill checks effectively. The easier something is, the more you end up making it easier for yourself. I say, hey, you get a bonus of 2. You get a 2 bonus on your body. I roll under a 6, you're doing fine. I rolled a 6, I succeed. Hey, you get a negative. You got a -1 to your soul. I'm not going well. I rolled this 9, I would have failed. That's pretty much easy enough to do. They're hard, though. That's something you gotta know. They're fucking hard. And yeah, I might assume penalties counterintuitive for game system. Yeah, it's just like dice roll modifications. Like an average difficulty is 0. I would say like almost want to do something, make things a little bit easier and not really do things. Because to give you an idea, a difficult check for me. A difficult check is an automatic fail for mind. Almost impossible for it makes everything significantly more difficult for me. Why does it make things more difficult? Because a -2 makes this a 2, a 1, and a 3. It does get harder. Significantly harder. This kid got abandoned by his family because he got hit by Buskun. Yeah, it's a little bit Ironside. It makes sense later. It makes a lot more sense. Just keep reading. Do not. I hate to break it to you, Ironside, but things are going to make a lot more sense later on. Things will make a lot more sense. And if you do whatever you do, don't ask me every single question, because trust me, it will be answered, and usually answered poorly. The answer won't be very nice, but nothing ever good happens in Tsukihime. I believe in you. But skill checks, same thing. You just add whatever. You just add whatever the bonus is. So, we'll subtract whatever the bonus is. Fuck you. It's pretty easy to understand. I've got performing arts 2. I've got a soul 5. I scored a 6. I succeed. Easy peasy, lemon squeezio. Nothing's too complicated in this game. It's just the likelihood of success is lower than you would like to think sometimes, because it feels worse. A difficult check is something that feels a lot worse than something like a... I think the idea is, on a d20, if I say an average check, you're thinking like a 10 maybe. Maybe a 15. And a 15 plus 2, and if you target number 15, and you got a plus 2, feels good. I mean, it's 10% chance of success. You're not going to instantly succeed. You can still roll a 3, but it feels better. A plus 2 in this game is insane. Like, a bonus of 2 is insane. A penalty of 2 is also insanely painful. Like, it's crippling in some circumstances. Like, those numbers go very... Again, Ironside, it makes a lot more sense. And it's, always remember, she's not a vampire. Vampire. Surrender to a blue. Damn straight. But yeah, yeah, Jaeger's probably having a meltdown here because I'm going over his favorite game system, obviously, because as we all know, isn't that right, Jaeger? That this is your favorite game system of all time. Tri-stat. It's truly the greatest game of all time. But combat dice roll. Any type of physical attack. Have no fear. Your target number is now your attack combat value or defense combat value. Generally speaking, you gotta beat that. And yeah, it's never going to be good. Never will be good. Never. The thing is, Jaeger has a particular love of Big Eye Small Mouth. Because Jaeger loves Big Eye Small Mouth. And he loves Big Eye Small Mouth because he was in a very long campaign in Big Eye Small Mouth with all of the problems that entailed. And Hong Kong Action Theater uses the same system. It's tri-stat. Yeah, the D20 tri-stat is yeah, attack and defense is unsuccessful. Dice roll greater than the number. Easy enough. The thing is here is, let's say, for example, I am being attacked. Nope. Okay. I'm attacking someone. I rolled a 3. I've hit you for damage. You can make a defense combat roll. You're going to roll, and if you roll a 2 or less here, you would have succeeded. The higher this builds, the better this builds, which means you want to invest all your points into here to get a better attack value, to increase your defense value, to make sure you can survive. You see a problem here. They'll do not suffer a dice natural penalty. Consequently, attacking or defending characters lacking appropriate skill do not suffer dice penalty. Yeah, it's damage changing the dice rolls so the attack and roll particularly easy or difficult. Always succeed. Roll 12 always fails. Natural roll 2, Snake Eyes is a critical success. Not be negated by an opponent's defense. Yeah, it's yeah, that's they kind of talk about like, okay, when to roll dice, when to roll this, actions foreign to the character, you need to do this. Not too complicated. It's the idea of combat is pretty fast. It's exhilarating to watch. This is the flow chart. This looks a lot more complicated than it is. Basic idea: roll 1d6 for your order, roll equal to or less than your character's attack value, and then if you succeed, you have to attempt to block or dodge the attack. If you beat your own defense value, you succeed, including taking like half damage, or you fail, which you take full damage. That's really it. What does that mean by the margin of success? So let's say I roll dead on 4 and you roll a 2. Technically, you would have scored a critical success there, but it doesn't matter. Let's say you have a 3 and I roll 0 degrees of success. You roll 1 degree of success. I would have succeeded. I roll 2 degrees. You roll 1 degree of success on your defense. You'd only take half damage. But as you can tell, you're not going to do that very often at all. In fact, yeah, right here. Roll 1d6 and add your attack combat value, which again, increase this to increase this to increase this to increase that. You're seeing why, like, even like, I'm currently not fighting me. Why are so many high school stories in second year? In Japan, second years are effectively regarded as the peak time of your life. You're unburdened by being a kid, but you're not burdened with being an adult. That's the big thing in Japan. That and you're about 16. 16 is like the golden year. You're in that perfect time where you're not really struggling with anything, but you still got all the drama going on. But initiative. Roll d6 and add that. Character action. Generally speaking, you get 1 main action, 1 combat action, and then any extra actions. This is not too complicated. The more actions you do, the worse off you're going to be. So, kind of the idea, in addition, you can perform 1 or more defensive actions, but you're taking more and more penalties to it. Scream anything, perform defensive actions. Subsequent defensive actions suffer penalties. That's one of the things, is like, you almost get like more screwed over by defending yourself than anything. Yeah, you can use a map with this game. The game kind of goes back and forth whether or not you want to use maps. I wouldn't recommend using a map. Not really at all. Falling, you can take a lot of damage actually from falling. So, normal against single target. Okay, cool. Before rolling, clearly describe the method of attack. Cool. You just specify everything. Successfully attack opponent. Roll less than your combat attack value. Once you did that, cool, you did it. You hit it. Cool. Okay, let's say he doesn't defend. Cool, awesome. That's a good thing. We like that. How much, what do we do? What's the gimmick? How much damage do we do? Well, the various range attacks, special situations, attacking with 2 weapons. We want to make called shots, extra aims. Extra aiming is useful if you want to be lame, which is weird. Called shots, obviously, they're very difficult to do. A lot of different modifiers here. Moving while shooting, importance modifiers. Yeah, very easy. You want to shoot a walk-on character to get in, you just shoot them easier. Range modifiers, go on full attack. various attack, you know, grabbing and wrestling continues to be a 3-page fucking 4 pages monstrosity. Oh, you want different attack rolls? Don't worry, we've got modifiers for days. So, modifiers, concealment, taking cover, no. Attackers making a total attack, taking aim, running, firing personal from a moving vehicle, attacking up to twice their range, walk-on characters. Oh boy, non-character actions, defensive action. Do you succeed? Do you fail? It's a stacking degree of failure that goes 2, 4, 6, 8, and it's fucking nightmarish. Because a +2 means you fail, because you have defense combat value of 2. So, we've gone down here again. Okay, roll importance and defense. More difficult to defend if you're not that important. We got a critical hit. Okay, cool. Full damage from the attack. Bang, you've done full damage. We don't know how to do damage yet, though, because we haven't hit that point yet. Let's talk about stunts. Stunts in combat are your over-the-top bullshit abilities. Now, these are cool. We like stunts. Stunts are fun. We want to do stunts. However, it's a penalty. It's a penalty to do a stunt action, which is weird. One of the ideas, though, with a stunt rating is, generally speaking, if you perform a more difficult action, but you get star points out of it. What's a 1-star? You know, what's a 1-star action? What's a 2-star action? What's a 4-star action? I wish you were rewarded for doing stunts rather than punished for doing stunts. But there's a lot of punishment that goes on to. Again, a +2 is painful. A +4 is god awful. You know, then damage. Okay, we finally have done damage. Reflect. Okay, we've done it. Inflicting injury. We're going to hit someone. And damage value is the attacker's combat value. And, so unarmed combat just does combat value. And hand weapons does combat versus plus the weapon's damage die. Guns do the same thing. Ugh. And immediately you're kind of sitting there for a second and saying, oh, that's it? Yeah. You don't do, like, early on, like, an attack combat value of 4 doesn't seem like a lot of damage. It's not, though, because, like, even, like, right now, with Wire Fu, I do 8 damage in attack. I do multiple attacks per round with an attack combat value of 6. Let's do 3 attacks. All right, 3 attacks. Miss. 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 I missed all of them. I rolled a 10, an 11, and a 7. Let's try again. Full damage, crit. Hit. Miss. So I would do 8, and let's say your defense combat value is 3. Fail. I would do a grand total of 16 damage. 16 damage. And yeah, that's you. Unless you are really going full on with that, especially if you want to use like the advanced combat techniques and things like this is how you're really going to be doing that. But then you even kind of see like light punches aren't going to do jack shit damage. So why try anything else? +1 to hit, that's a 3 up, that's a 3 lower. That's painful. +3 damage, is that worth it? Maybe? Maybe not? I just want to kick people to death constantly. Like, oh no, like you don't really feel like you're doing that much for what you feel like you should be. That makes sense. Jaeger said he can't speak on stream chat, but he called you an F slur as God intended. Well, what's the matter, Jaeger? Let's see. Oh, gee. Let me. I have to post this in the chat real fast. Let me just post. There we go. Just gotta throw someone. Gotta throw the knife in there. Don't worry. I will continue posting Rory and Alex kissing. Don't worry, Ironside. You truly are my Rory. Yeah. So you don't recover health points very quickly, but generally speaking, you recover them fast enough. It's like, oh, it's by the hour. If you want to do this more cinematic, yeah, full heals between scenes. That would be my thing, is that you recover all of your health between scenes if they're a major scene, or you just recover a little bit of your health, like up like half of whatever your value is there. A rough field dressing by an unskilled supporting character of the opposite sex can work wonders, particularly if accompanied by a first kiss. Recovering various energy points, you get it a little bit faster. But let's talk about guns. Drawn out gunfights, if ever load their firearms. Effectively, unless you roll an 11 or 12, you will never need to reload. They opt to give a roll volunteer to spend an action reloading a gun. Yeah, it provides roll +2 on their next gun-based, combat value. Oh, look! It looks like if I do something, I can get a bonus doing something else, because guns feel a little bit better because you actually get a chance to do things. Yep, personal weapons. Receive damage value from at least 1 up. So, these are the various weapons. Using, like, kung fu stuff is not as cool as just bringing out an actual, like, weapon. Including if you just have a pistol, or an assault rifle, or a hunting rifle. Have no fear, everyone. I have a shotgun. Shotgun does +16 damage. That's 16 plus whatever the fuck you just rolled, too. Guess what? You've just done a lot of damage. You're rolling more damage. Roll more. Big damage. And you kind of see some of these. Melee feels funky for what you're getting out of it. And even if I'm looking at this wrong, I don't think I am. Even if you're doing 6 attack combat value, and you're like 6, that means 6 damage. 6 damage doesn't mean jack shit, really. 6 to 10 damage doesn't feel very much. Especially with my wire fu, how I have to have it set up, because doing even lower amounts of damage, because I have to burn energy to do it. That's the back and forth this game. You either do very little or you do a lot. There's very little in between. And that's... Now, most everyone's going to have a leather jacket, because leather jacket just stops 1 point of damage. Doesn't seem like a lot, but it keeps you alive. Few people have, like, bigger... Generally speaking, there isn't really much need to have a bit more armor. Advanced combat rules are just using a system. You want to do a flying kick? You do this. You want to do a hard kick? You do this. A hard punch? You do this. This is the advanced combat system. Including being able to do low attacks or, torso or high attacks. Cool. knock targets to the ground, hit by low attack, must make some, body stat checks. You can get really intricate with how you're choosing to do things here. Hey, low attacks are harder to defend against than they are, my attack is high. It's a high torso attack. I'm trying to hit you there, but I can't really do that, so I'm trying to defend myself. Oh god, what am I doing? I'm defending low, but I need to defend high. Oh god, what am I doing? Ah! You effectively have to almost make a call, because what you're supposed to do here with the advanced combat system is effectively declare what you're doing and then reveal. I want to attack low, you're defending mid, I'm going to get, you get a +1 to, to your defense mod, and if I succeed, I might knock your ass over, which is more likely. It's that constant back and forth, which boils down to making torso attacks, because torso attacks are the most reliable thing in the world to do, and, double damage is with all critical hits, you can't defend against it, because, yeah, you don't. Yeah, then it's a +2 difficulty to hit, which you probably won't hit. Kind of that advanced combat initiative, advanced combat multiple actions. You could do more there. You don't really need to do more, though. They kind of talk about like how to do movies, how to do television stuff, how to do star power, how to do sequels, pre-productions. They talk a lot about how to build a movie, of how to make a movie right. I like this. Give villains the best lines. Make villains interesting. Player villains versus player anti-heroes. NPC glory, but you shouldn't give them that much. It's movie magic. It's an audience. It's subplots. It's flashbacks. Cliffhangers. You want to keep giving people something to work with. And that's half the fun of this. It's the illusion of playing a movie. And if you want to play that movie, great. If not, I need to continue shit posting. There we go. So, character development. Everyone gets a little bit of character points every 3 to 5 role-playing sessions. They kind of talk about it a little bit, and this is with the idea of like a television series. I would almost go with the television series way of doing things, which is you get a very static amount after a certain amount of time, or you can spend star power on something. Players who do well still get rewarded more versus players who don't do well, but players who don't do well still can be fairly consistent. Death, nobody dies, everyone's suffering, no one ever really gets hurt. Melodrama and all that. Audition, I would almost recommend doing the auditions. Movie night, ruined endings. Doing the last reel, and they kind of talk. This is what I think the game should have been more about. Like, oh hey, something ruined the ending, we have to refilm the entire ending. Oh hey, we are filming in some place we really shouldn't, and the entire thing is we have to do things to not fail catastrophically, because in the middle of a fight scene, someone set off a firework they shouldn't have, and now we have to get away from the cops. Yeah. Golden horses, unfinished scripts, killathons. Then they kind of talk about, various points in Hong Kong. I think this is fine. They give you a lot about Hong Kong, how cinema in Hong Kong works, and they do talk about this a lot, and I like this idea. It's an interesting thing to talk about, and if you want just like a really good understanding about all of it, read this section. If you just want to learn more about it, read this. Watch, here's all the movies they recommend. Here's all the different shows they recommend, things that they want you to look at. That's interesting. That's fun. They want you to do that. and I like it. Good stuff. Boxer. Quite a few different things here, and this goes on for a while. A couple sample adventures. It's in a couple, if you kind of see here, this is like the idea, like, oh, it's a Shaolin martial arts films. Oh, cool. Player roles. Hey, I want to play Iron Arms. This is all of the stuff that I get. Hey, I want to play the Scholar. These are all of the things I get. Yeah, there we go. A couple other, various bonuses and roles and movies and stuff. A couple very basic descriptions, a couple appendices. And that is Hong Kong Action Theater 2. Do I think Hong Kong Action Theater 2 is a good game? With RPG, the hospital shootout scene ends more like a Heroic Trios version. Is this... Let's say this. Is Hong Kong Action Theater 2 a really good, awesome game that's amazing? Is it better than the first edition, which is the real question? The problem with that question is they are two different games. Like, they are two very different games from what I read. They're both very different in their own ways. I think the thing is, 2 has a lot of buy-in. And this is the same thing that goes for just about any tri-stat system. Jaeger can probably back me up on this. Any tri-stat system, any generic system at the end of the day, because this is what Hong Kong Action Theater is. It's a generic system. There's that buy-in from the GM and the players to do something specific with it. And the GM has to... And... Pathfinder, 2 different games, and people have no problem saying which of those they think is better. It's not even like that. It's like, can you compare Dungeons and Dragons to Traveler? Like, yeah, you can, but they're two very different things. Can you compare Dungeons and Dragons to, let's see, what... Let me think of a game. There was the Did you compare Dungeons and Dragons to the Chipmunk game? The one about Native American prairie dogs. I can't remember the fucking name of that game. Oh, I can see it right now. Can you compare those two together? No, not really. They're two completely different entities. And that's kind of the thing with HKAT, Hong Kong Action Theater 1 and 2, is that they are different entities. Where Hong Kong Action Theater 2 is a tri-stat system. Do you like tri-stat? Do you know the ins and outs of tri-stat? Do you know how to make this game flow nicely? If you know how to do all that, this game's going to be a lot of fun. Is the game difficult? No. Can you teach this game fast? Yes. Does the game kind of kick you in the dick sometimes for not optimizing? A little bit, and that's gonna, some people are gonna get real turned off by that. Well, I'm not doing a lot of damage. Yeah, well, mooks go down in one hit, but then you fight a villain and it takes 8 rounds because you've got 4 attacks and you missed all of them because you have to hit like a 7 or lower, and you just don't. And that could get kind of frustrating. But if you like that game, like, the thing is, if you like it, you already know how to play it. On the other hand, if you just want an introduction to that cinema style, that way of doing things, it's a pretty good way of going about it. You want to read about Hong Kong? It's all right there. You want to read all about fucking you want to read about all the movies that they recommend? It's right there. Everything you want to run games like this are in this book somewhere. And technically, if we want to be really specific, I'll do this now. If you want to be very specific, you can make an argument that Feng Shui, is kind of the spiritual successor in a way. It's a different game, but you can argue that it's a spiritual successor. Feng Shui has some interesting notes to it. There's someone's at my door. Give me a moment. Hello. Ooh. Do I like... It's a little bit complicated talking about Feng Shui. We might do this game next week. There's a very specific reason why. This game is a lot bigger than you would think. And it's not like, oh, it's just page count, 354 pages, that's a lot of book pages for you. It's like, the system is very simple, but they just keep adding seemingly random shit throughout the book about it. Yeah, and it's kind of even here, like, dude, this looks like a lot of checks. Yeah, there's a lot of, I don't want to word it. If there's ever a chance to make one check to do something, there's 3 checks. It's 4 checks. It's 4 times you gotta do this. Double check this 3 times. Do this, do this. And I was going through it, I'm like, I'm just fucking tired. Because, like, trying to, like, go through all of this. Going through all of this. And it's not just a couple pages, it's a lot of pages. It's just slow, and it's very like, oh god, make it end. There's a lot to that game, and I did my best, guys. Plate spinning game is not even plate spinning. It's just like it's trying to accommodate everything, and because it's trying to accommodate everything, it has to have everything in it, and because it has everything in it, it wouldn't be plate spinning more as it's juggling. It's juggling a lot of different things, and you're like, wow, that's really impressive. You can juggle all these things. And you just like, okay, can we get to the point? We're meant to do my taxes, and then they don't. So, the last game we're going to be going over is the one that people know about. Maybe. They may know about this one. Welcome to Legends of the Wulin. I can tell you. Only something very... You know Legends of the Wulin. You know it. Even if you don't know you do. Why is that? Why do you know this game? In a very simple sense, you know this game because this is the game people say when you say you are going to run a Wuxia game. They say, oh, like Legend of the Wulin. But has anyone actually ever played Legends of the Wulin? I don't know. Because, yeah, Weapons of the Gods 2. We'll get to that, and yeah, this is where the history of this game is a little weird. Because it's not necessarily about the history of the game, it's the history of why it exists. So, this begins with Weapons of the Gods. Now, you might have heard of this game before. You might have heard of Weapons of the Gods by EOS Press. Now, this is based off of, technically, yeah. There's Rebecca. Hi, Rebecca. Yeah, it came out, was late, ultimately released in 2007. Yep, 2005, 2007. This was a Wuxia role-playing game. Now, Weapons of the Gods is a little bit complicated because they say, oh, it's an original fantasy setting. It's not. Like, that's the weird thing. It's not an original setting. It's based off of this. This is a Hong Kong comic book series by Wong Yuk Long. Tony Wong. And this is what this is what he did. Yeah, he made this particular series, which EOS Press would later do. You know, it was just like based in the ancient Chinese setting, created by Brad. It's kind of a weird thing when you're talking about it, because people don't talk about this anymore. They don't talk about this. This is kind of a weird thing that pops up if you know about it. It instead came from EOS Press, or EOS-sama LLC. EOS Press does not exist anymore. Maybe or not? This is where things get a little bit wonky, because let's look at EOS-sama. I mean, on EOS-sama.com. I mean, it's got a process show up, right? I mean, it's gonna pop up, right? Oh no. Where is this? It's not here. Based out in Suzhou, China. All right. I mean, I guess that makes sense. It's based out of there, and then the company may be inactive and may be defunct. EOS is famous for a few reasons. One of the main people behind it is a guy named Brad Elliott. And you get things like but let's go back a little bit. You get things like Jason Chen, Aaron Anderson, Hawthorne Hobgoblin Press. They wanted to publish a couple of their games, but it's like, hey, Brad Elliott shows up. Brad Elliott pops up a lot anytime you talk about EOS Press, because Brad Elliott was one of the main people behind this game. And Brad Elliott is also one of the reasons people talk about this game kind of collapsing in upon itself a little. You can still buy Legend of the Wulin right here, pre-sales edition, Weapon of the Gods, Weapon of the Gods Companion. Talk about all these things. But EOS Press is also pretty well known for bringing on Jenna Morant. We've talked about Jennaverse. Well, we've talked about the Jennaverse, I should say. And Jenna K. Moran is a interesting creature for a variety of but yeah, as you kind of see here, for 2002 and 2005, Jenna Moran wrote Weapons of the Gods RPG. Yes, first EOS Press published in-house. And no beliefs. Yes, technically, Weapon of the Gods was part of the Jennaverse, if you want to be really, really specific about things. It really wasn't, but we like to say that because it's funny. EOS Press, again, it gets very there's a lot of people. How do I want to? A lot of people involved in this company, and a lot of people was involved in this company who all did things differently. And you look confused, and things collapsed in of itself. And yeah, let's call a spade here, everyone. The story of EOS Press is a very simple story. People were involved, people weren't getting paid, things went horribly, horribly wrong. I don't think EOS is around anymore. I think the game is dead. I think they are completely dead. They published a bunch of weird shit, possibly using Chinese money. Who knows, really? That's, again, one of those weird things where it's kind of difficult to talk about. Brad Elliott left the company. But then, you have people like Jenna Moran, citing him as one of the reasons things went wrong. And then Neos wasn't paying anyone for Chubo's marvelous wish granting engine. And then there was a bunch of other things going on. This is a shit show. If you buy, let's just call a spade here. You buy Legend of the Wulin right now. You buy this book. Who does this money go to? I do not know. I have no fucking clue who this money goes to at this point. I don't think Drive-Thru RPG knows where Legend of the Wulin money goes. I don't think anyone knows. Yeah, it's the only person talking about Weapon of the Gods is my Brazilian friend Loke. Dude loves the game. And it's screw. Yeah, they didn't. Yeah, yep. There it is. Fire deviation. China bucks. Yeah, it was a mess. Yeah, there was money involved, and when money gets involved, people get weird, and that's really all you can. You don't hear much about Legend of the Wulin. You don't. We look at all the people who worked on the game. If you look at Legend of the Wulin, you don't hear too much about it. You hear about it in relation to Weapons of the Gods. Is there like a second edition? No, there's a board game apparently. Like from 2014, like published by there's a board game. Okay, there's a fucking board game, I guess. Like, yeah, it's like there's like the entire thing going on here, and one of the things, Jeremy Scroll only wrote that, Tiang Sheng, Above Heaven, and then all of these people have literally just wrote Legend of Wulin. Like, let's see, Aaron Ten Byok. It's what do you? Nothing much there. David Ramirez, come on, baby, you got to give me something to work with. It's gonna be cool, right? Not that one. Come on, David Ramirez. Fucking nothing. Possibly this dude. I don't know. Probably not. Jerry Scold. Okay, Jerry Scold's got to have something, right? He's got to be important, right? Shitigi. He, him, fiction writer, Wuxia aficionado, Nero atypical, all that jazz. Yeah, this is pretty much it. Let's see, future works. What do you? Yeah, no, this hasn't been updated for a couple of years. So these are the people we're working with in this game. And does the book do a good job of citing the people working on it? Let's play a game, everyone. Can we find the people working on this game? No. No, we can't. Not really at all. Like, it's... I got Iyo-sama printed in Taiwan. Like, yeah, you don't really see anything of, like, who actually wrote it in the book itself. Like, we can do, let's do a little bit of investigation, everyone, shall we? I think we should do some. I think let's hit, I know what we should do. Let's hit the Wayback Machine. This will be fun. You know, let's go, let's hit the Wayback Machine. There's gonna be some cool, that's ominous. Let's see, games and design. All right, it's gonna pop up any minute now. There we go. Website has never been updated. It's going to print. And this was it, really, from 2024. This is back in June. This is back in July. Not July, January, February. And this is the main guy. And again, Jenna, mind you, they still cite Jenna as part of the company in 2013. And they still cite her as part of the company. And even though... Is she? No, because she left the company in 2015, but they still cite it, so this hasn't been updated in seemingly years. July 11th, their latest version that's still available. Let's check it out. Gotta be something, right? No, it's... Yeah, it's kind of a... I wouldn't say a lost cause, but... I don't think EOS is around anymore. I don't think they exist anymore in any conventional fashion. They do not exist anymore. Yeah, right here is your latest thing back in 2017, but if you look, 2017 isn't quite when they say it was updated. 2013 is the pre-sales edition that might have been updated. And the weird thing is, if you look... This is another book that I managed to find called Legend of the Wulin 1.5.2 by 5 Element Press. This is something I kind of stumbled across a while ago. Now, okay, who's 5 Element Press? Nothing. They are no one. That's the joke, almost. That 5 Element Press does not exist. If we go to TTRPG, this is effectively who they are right here. Developers of Legend of Wulin 1.5. And the last thing they were citing were back in 2019. No website, no anything. That's it, really. Yeah, spiritual successor to Legend of Wulin. Look, everyone, let's see what game this is. It's Tianxing of Heaven, All Above Heaven by 5 Emperors Games, which is a completely different thing, maybe? David Ramirez gets showed up, like Lone Wolf Fist. We still need to go over Lone Wolf Fists eventually. I do plan on doing Lone Wolf Fists. I just keep forgetting about it. Unironically, I forgore. Yeah, yeah, they don't... 1.51 expanded a lot. Currently, I have 1.52. One thing about this that is very important and very funny is that it's created with the home brewery. Yeah, no, it's yeah, it's a 5e. It's not a 5e book, but it's made with the 5e rules. How that's flayed out. This is by a completely different company. Completely different company. Well, company's a little bit of a an odd one, don't you think? Call it that. But that's kind of the story of Legends of the Wulin. who's getting your money when you buy this book? I don't know. Well, is this book getting support? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Because Legends of the Wulin 1.5 came out 5 million years ago, it seems like. Actually, 5 years ago, because it was 2019. You know, 2019. 5 years ago. It doesn't feel that long ago, does it? So, let's get to it. Let's see what we're getting ourselves into. We need a character, however, so we're going to bring in Meandering yet again. Don't worry. What do you mean it's not a PDF? Oh, my God. Shut up. Wulin one. There we go. Hello, it's Meandering, everyone. Another Meandering. Multiple Meanderings this time. Looks a little bit convoluted. It's really not. So, thing with this game is that it has very tiny font. A lot of it is lore, though. So, the most basic concept of the lore is pretty easy to understand. There is the Wulin. There is an entire secret society of martial warriors, and it's Wuxia. That's the backstory. It's Wuxia. They kind of talk about like grandiose things, like there's like a full lore thing going on, and there's a lot of sex and things like that. If you've read the copy pasta, you already know what the story is. It's the new age of the Wulin, new age of Kung Fu, a new age of heroes. Yep, congratulations. It's in Shenzhou. It's kind of like if you read Weapons of the Gods, whose entire thing is about the nature of gods and the way they work. And, well, we're getting ahead of ourselves. And I play Legends of Wulin, but the dice system makes my brain hurt whenever I read it. The dice system is... How do I want to word it? The dice system is infinitely easier than you think it is. It is just written in the most pretentious way physically possible. That is the best way to word it. So, let's get to it a little bit. So, in the book you'll find this. The Tao of Wuxia Gaming. Weapons of the Gods, you already know. Well, this is effectively a different way of the Weapons of the Gods. Original property, no ties to the comic Weapons of the Gods or existing licenses. Previous incarnation, things are a little bit easier to understand. Things are a little bit more extravagant, but generally speaking, that's just the nature of the bit. What's role-playing game? How do we play these games? What is Wuxia? How do we explain Wuxia? Pretty simple in understanding. One of the core concepts that's going to keep showing up is Shuanghe. Literally meaning rivers and lakes, denote great wilderness, the vast untamed space between cities and lawless lands outside civilization ripe with possibilities of danger and adventure. You're going to see this term a lot. Rivers and lakes, rivers and lakes, rivers and lakes. But, again, a lot more convoluted than it needs to be. Wulin Sage. The Sage is effectively a in-world character that you play as the GM. The Wulin Sage is a character that exists technically in the world, recounting the events of the Wulin. Drinking water. Now, yeah, everything's based on rounds, scenes, chapters, stories, but the big thing is your lake. You have, and technically your river. So, let's establish something real fast. What does this mean? What the fuck are you on about, Notepad Anon? Notepad Anon, what are you smoking? What weed, what gamer juice are you huffing? I'm gonna explain the game system to you as easy as I physically can. Let's 4 foot. 6. There's that last. So, you're going to roll, for just about every roll, your lake. This is, at a starting level 4th rank character, is 7d10s. So I'm gonna roll my 7d10s. So let's get my dice here. I just want to establish what dice I've rolled. So I've got a 4, a 0, 7, 0, 2, 9, 7. Let's see, 4, 0, 7, 0, 9. There we go. Okay. These are my dice. Notepad, what the fuck does this mean? Well, what it is these is your ones value. So your ones value is your die. Your tens value, though, is the number of the same die. What does this mean for this particular spread? So if you look here, I've got 2 7s. I have 2 7s. I have 2 7s. What does this mean? I rolled a 27. I've got two zeros. 2 zeros. That means I rolled a 20. I rolled 1 4. 1 4. That means I rolled a 4. That's it. The entire game. But Notepad, what about the river? What about all of that shit? That doesn't make any sense to me. Well, let me explain. One of the most basic premises is I have to choose these dice. So let's say I take those 7s. It's 27. That's a success. Not a great success, but a success. But what do I do with those 2 zeros now? Well, what I can do is I can put those in the river. I can effectively set those aside for later. I've used my 7. I get rid of everything else. Later on, I'm making a roll again. Let's say I make another roll. Let me get some. Find another D10 in here. Let me. Give me a D10, damn it. God damn it, where's my... Let's say I make another roll. This is later on. I roll my dice. Okay, we got a... I've saved these 2. Let's just put that up. Save these 2. New dice roll. I've got a 7, 9, 9, 0, 1, 8, 5. I'm like, oh man, this isn't... I'm like, okay, that 29, okay, that's I got a 29 there. I've got a 7, a 0, a 1, a 5, and an 8. This isn't worth anything. This is awful, I say to myself. But I can use that river. I can put those river into this dice roll and get a 30 out of it. So I now take that 30 and pass my goal. Because I've got now 3 zeros. Because I've now added those 2 zeros to my roll effectively, and now I've got a 30. I've got 3 zeros. Equals 30. But, hey, Notepad, what about those 2 9s? Well, I can put those 2 9s in my river now. And we start the process over again. That's the core premise of the game. The idea is the more you're rolling, the more you're putting things into your river. Now, what does all this mean? Generally speaking, I've got 2 6s in there. That's not really going to help me at all. I can wash it out. Get rid of it. I don't need it anymore. Go away. Hey, I've got this really big amount here. I want to flow everything in there. I could have multiple dice in here for later. It's momentum. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. It feels complicated. Problems takes... The river is a holdover from the previous roll. Exactly. And it's done by a scene. You may look at things and, you're rolling your dice and you're like, oh, okay. I've got an advantage here. I rolled pretty well. So let's say, for example, let's say things get really spicy here for a second, and we get something like this. Well, all I need is a 25, right? Because I've got a plus 10 over here, and why don't I get rid of these 2 and hold these 3? That's a 33. Now, anytime I roll 3 on another check, I get to add to that 33 if I roll any more 3s to get up to a 43. maybe a 53, maybe a 63. Maybe I want to hold more 3s for later, until I've got that momentum. Hey, I can now bust out a 93 because I rolled a shit ton of 3s over the past 4 rolls. It's all about momentum. But also you gotta realize when you want to get rid of something. Well, those 2 3s are useful, those 2 3s are useful, but I haven't rolled any more 3s. Okay, maybe I should get rid of them. Certain instances you're going to be changing this around, but that's the basic. Well, that's the most basic. It is rollover. That's kind of the most basic concept of the game. It's not complicated. It's just odd. Very odd. Especially when, again, it's always that. So it's like, technically, this is not 2, this is a 12. You pretty much have to add, because it's 1, 2. It's kind of odd in that regard. Modifiers come in 5 and 10 bonuses. They can go up to 25, but only if you're really cool at things. But most everything's target, opposed rolls, competing roll, same ideas. This is the basic difficulties. Trivial, moderate, hard, memorable, fantastic, legendary. Or in a more accurate sense, you need 1 set of dice for trivial. You'll never need to make a trivial check. Unless you have a negative 30 in play, or something other horrible going on. Moderate, you don't even really need to roll moderate. Generally speaking, moderate's pretty reasonable. Get dubs. That's all you really need to do. Get dubs. But if you have momentum, but always remember, momentum. You want more momentum, right? You're getting that momentum by rolling your dice. Anytime you roll, you're generating something for later. Put it in the river. It's pretty easy. And if you save up enough, you can get those huge successes you won't think about. Especially when you start looking, you'll reach a higher difficulty level. Hey, if it's a trivial task, you would get a 20, you make it better. You get something that is a bunch of 20s, you succeed and you got a hard check that's you score a 40 on the hard check, you get a bonus. It's critical success. You're doing way better. Dubs, trip. Oh, Jesus. We are playing by my 4chan logic, effectively. Dubs, trips, check them, as one might say. This does lead to the idea of interesting times. If you want to roll as a set of zeros, the Sage offers you interesting times. Sometimes these can be good. These can also make things bad. You get Joss. Joss is effectively good boy points by taking interesting times. If I roll 3 zeros, that means I can take interesting times. At the end of the day, the number in ones doesn't really matter, does it? Unless we're figuring out what to use the river for. It matters when you're working with things like +5. Like, for example, let's say I have like a 47. Like, let's say I have a 47. 47, so it's like, well, I just scored a 40. But if I have a +5, then suddenly I've gone up to 53. Yeah, you can get bigger bonuses, and this is if we look at Mudang's things, you kind of see here's got like a +5, you got a couple +5s, a couple +10s. Like it can change. It's not going to be major changes, but it can change. So yeah, some side effect or added challenge. Here's what you never negate success, just complicate it. My attack person just as intended goes away. But yeah, you kind of want to, rolling interesting times gives you bonus points. You want to do bonus points. Bonus points are good. But yeah, here's the idea of the river. So, washing, discarding them completely. Now, I don't like these 2 2s. These isn't going to help me a lot. Float the dice from the roll into the lake, but not from other rolls. Roll needs to be opposed. Means competing with, not against appreciable difficulty. Must be know that you can only float dice from a set of 2 or more. Out of your into a roll made with the lake. These dice are treated as if they've been created by the roll. Create new sets from nowhere. Yeah, flowing flooding is kind of a special situation. Flooding is mostly like you want to. Certain techniques will call for you to flood your dice, which is saying I've got 3 3s in there. I flood my dice. That means I have those 3 3s to work with. So you're always kind of keeping with momentum. You can call the river your momentum, and it makes better sense. That's all you got to think about. Think about it like momentum, and it makes a hell of a lot better sense. But we're going to talk about how the character sheet is dog shit, by the way. This character sheet fucking sucks. Gonna be honest. Sucks. Terrible. Mostly because when it gets to things like this, you notice how I have it set up? Like, this is not how it's supposed to be set up. Technically, you have 2 kinds of good boy points. You have chivalrous and malicious Joss. Not corrupt Joss. That's different. That's technically corrupt Qíyì. But not corrupt Qíyì, because they're called demon Qíyì as well. This game is formatted by a fucking lunatic. But effectively, you have good boy points and bad boy points. Good boy points can be used to pretty much increase the lake by 1 for 1 point spent. I can increase my, I'm rolling 7, I can roll 8 now. Wow, look everyone, I rolled 8 dice and I got a bunch of successes. Wow, look everybody, I've got a 32. I've got fucking nothing else. Wow, that's terrible. Yeah, I got more dice. Cool, I'm doing better. Except yeah, malicious Jaws reduces the lake of all people who make opposed roll against you. So effectively, oh no, I want to attack you. You spend malicious Jaws. I take away some of my dice, and then realize that I've rolled absolute dog shit. Actually, no, I rolled a 34 because I'm a fucking baller. Balling, but at what cost? And yeah, so but that's against everyone. Malicious Jaws affects more people by making everyone else's life miserable. Everyone is more miserable for being around you. But hey, you get to live. But you get these. You get these by acting heroic or acting like a dick. But, secondly, minor coincidence. They're also a narrative meta-occurrence. You don't do that. And then lore sheets. Oh boy, yeah, no, this is the most important thing about Legend of the Wulin. Here's something simple. Let's make it complicated. Yeah, all of this. Yeah. Here's something simple. You get it by rolling interesting times. Let's make it complicated. There's also 6 other ways you can get it. Especially when you start getting minor actions, marvels, and waves. Okay. Let's explain these in order. What's a minor action? Let's say, for example, I'm going to roll my dice here real fast. Let's see, everyone, if I got a good roll. Notepad didn't because he's me. Okay. Let's say I make my initiative check. So I've got a 4 4 6 6 0 8. I said 0 8 8. All right, so effectively, I've got a 24, 24, and a 26. What I can do is make a minor action. I could say I want to use that 26 for my main action. And then I can use that 24 for a minor action. It's the fact that you have it. It's me saying, well, I've got this pair here that I can do something with now. Sometimes it's just moving faster. Sometimes it's making a special action. It's a minor action. You need to get multiple matching sets of dice, and these give you different bonuses. So cool, that's something easy to understand. All right, cool. We win, I win, you win, we all win. But if we go over here, we get marvels. Effectively, what you can do is then make these into marvels. What's a marvel? Marvels are opposed. So that would be, if I'm saying a minor action is I'm moving, I'm doing something, I'm pretty much taking a roll and doing something more with it. But it's not opposed. But I want to knock your ass down with my attack. I want to hit you and knock you down. I'd be making a marvel. So I'd be taking that 24, beat 24, bitch boy, and you're like, zam, and then you would make that same, you would make a roll trying to protect yourself from getting knocked over. That's a marvel. That's opposed. You can fail. But then you have waves. Waves are different. A wave is effectively me declaring X will occur. X will occur at Y. That is all that is saying. X will occur at Y. I will complete my move. 26. Because that's my main act. I will complete my... I will successfully do this at this point. I am doing something more. I want to do a wave to throw the medicine bottle at you to heal your poison. It doesn't happen until 26. But I'm saying that's going to happen. But you have to beat 24 to do it, to break the wave. So anyone going faster than you has to make a choice. Do I let it happen, or do I try to break the wave? Yep. And if you break the wave, it just stops occurring. Let's take something simple and make it complicated. Finally, a wave-to-wave dash in an RPG. Yep, there's a way to wave dash. And now, mind you, this is important. Let's say in that final roll, I rolled 2 5s or something. I could do multiple of these per round at once. Welcome to Legend of Wulin. So, let's start from the top. Choose a concept, choose a rank. Everyone is not 5th rank or unranked. You're 4th rank. Why the fuck is it this way? I don't know why either. It's a little weird. This is all the things that you get. River size, your Joss, your Qíyì replenishment, Qíyì aura limit are 2. Your lake size is 7. Bonus is 10. Easy enough to understand. Effectively, unranked are like peasants. 5th rank are like you're just starting out. 4th is like you're relatively established. And then, very later on, you get some more bullshit going. So, archetypes. Okay, archetyping. These are various things that you want. Everyone has a focus on breath. Now, warriors we have, for example, hardiness. Anytime we can spend a minor action to focus on breathing to replenish our qi, we're going to need to do that a lot. Priest, on the other hand, wants to do Wu Wei. Courtiers want to do confidence. Scholars want to do learning. But there's also doctors to worry about who want to do medicine. This goes into our skills. Technically, the idea is that you have skills. You have 20 destiny to spend on skills. 2 destiny per level. Specialties cost 1 destiny each. Generally speaking, do this. 2 skills at 10, 6 skills at 5. You may say, hey, Notepad, Mu Deng has got more 10s than he should. That's not right. You get some extra bonus points later on to kind of customize things. I spent 2 increasing my some of my abilities up. But you just add this to whatever it is. A basic check, if I'm making a basic stealth check, for example, let's see. Basic stealth check, for example. Oh, wow, I rolled an 28. Plus 5. What's 28 plus 5, you say? 28 plus 5 is 33. Cool, I scored a 33. Pretty easy to understand. Nothing too complicated. None of the skills are like weird. Like, what about Wu Wei? And Wu Wei is literally just spiritual shit. That's literally all it is. Some of these are used in ways that you would not think, if that makes sense. Hardiness is important, so you'll be using it later. Learning is important. Medicine, right, is not really as important, but right is also weird. Yeah. Yeah, the entire idea of Wu Wei is not doing anything. It's effectively your willpower. Yeah, it's your willpower slash understanding. It's like, okay, right? That's, you kind of just nod your head a little bit, and yeah. So then we got our virtues. Now, here's our virtues. We go all the way here. Virtues are how we act. If I act honorably, I do something honorable, I get 5 joss. That's pretty good. I act individualistic, I get 4 joss, 4 malicious joss. You're always burning through your joss. You always want to spend more of it. You never have a lot, so you always want to burn more than you get. But it's a constant thing. Benevolence, force, honor, loyalty, righteousness. But the selfish ones are, well, ferocity, individualism, obsession. Not good for you. And deeds, as you kind of see here, deeds are going to get you level up. And disadvantages, you always want to have 1 or 2 disadvantages. They don't do much. And then Kung Fu. You start with 1 external and 1 internal Kung Fu. Best way to think about Kung Fu is your combat stats. Kung Fu is your combat stat. Internal Kung Fu is your mystic bullshit techniques. They're very, very odd. That you learn about them in 9 million years. So, basic idea. You get 20 destiny to fuck around with. Spend it on lore sheets. Lore sheets suck. Just telling you right now, lore sheets suck. But they suck in a unique way. Then you want to get skill specialties or chi conditions that you want. Chi conditions are good. We want to get chi conditions. What do we want to do? How do we want to do these things? The biggest thing you want to do is acquire destiny. You get destiny by doing things. What does that mean? You get the point in doing things. Do you do a significant achievement? Do you make things fun? Doesn't matter. Cool. And generally speaking, you can spend destiny as you can in here. It costs 2 destiny to get a new skill up. It costs 10 destiny to do this. 5 destiny to buy this. You may want to spend 12 destiny to improve your external kung fu or whatever. That's the entire idea. You are spending your destiny to get better things. It's your XP. Then you can also cultivate. What is cultivation? Cultivation is a different XP. As I said, here's something simple. Let's make it complicated. Cultivation lets you cultivate chi. Now, you can spend destiny doing this, but it's not worth it. Cultivating effectively means if you spend points on learning kung fu, secret arts, lore sheet secrets to improve your kung fu, also counts toward increasing your chi. So, I have spent 10. I spent 10 kung fu. I spent 10 destiny here, improving my external kung fu. So I spent 10 destiny over 10 cultivation, getting a fire art. That's what I did. That's the entire gimmick. That's all you need to do. You get 10 for free for starting that. But cultivation can be gained consistently. So I could say I got 10 cultivation. I can put 5 in wood, 5 in earth. Doesn't improve anything. I don't get better at it, but I can definitely keep feeding it. And this is how you spend your destiny. Generally speaking, it's pretty easy to do. You get destiny pretty consistently. 5 destiny. You know, generally speaking, like, fire chi, free access to things. You develop super specialized chi pools, extra destiny. And then you get deeds. What's deeds do? Deeds are interesting. You get deeds of justice, deeds of goodness, all these different things. Now, you get Joss for doing this shit. For malicious Joss. This is important. That means you get bonus points. You get bonus points for playing toward things that make you interesting. And those bonus points get fed into different things, which means that you can improve yourself to buy more kung fu to improve your cultivation, which makes sure your chi develops, which makes sure you're a better fighter, which makes sure that you're building your power up more consistently. Rivers and lakes. Everything flows back into improving yourself. There's 15 different ways of doing it, but we're making it difficult. But idea, only one person in the world can have a maxed out stat. Only one maxed out stat at a time. If you want to be the strongest in the world, you got to defeat the strongest person in the world. You're looking at it. But then we have entanglement. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Anytime you complete a deed, you get entanglement. What does entanglement do? It gives you more lore sheets. Lore sheets continue to suck. Let's just call a spade a spade. Lore sheets continue to suck. Also, play the movie, play the novel. Do not play the trilogy, play the novel. They even say it's a year-long campaign because it just do that. Make life a lot easier for everyone involved. So, let's talk about lore sheets. At the most basic premise of a lore sheet, I can give you this. This is a purchased backstory that's floating. The floating purchased backstory. Notepad, what the fuck are you talking about? I have the backstory that I was part of this group. That costs X amount to make it true. Later on, I can spend more destiny because I've unlocked that lore sheet to build more things, such as being able to get their special kung fu, such as being able to get special secrets, such as being able to entangle my story with their story. That is lore sheets. It's not that easy, though. Yeah, this is... When people talk about Legends of Wulin, I can almost guarantee you the first half of people bounce off of rivers, lakes, and the system itself. I think a lot of people bounce off of that. Once I really internalized what the fuck I was reading, it made a lot more sense. Alright, it's literally a roll and keep system. That's all that it is at the end of the day. It's a roll and keep system. Lore sheets are probably where the second half of people jump off. So, there are a couple, again, there's destiny options. You have all relevant lores, including assumed ones you make on the spot for purposes of entanglement. Yeah. The thing is, you can get... Yeah, it's like you can get more of these. Like, oh, assumed to be part of specific lore sheets for places or organizations. Specific lore sheets. Explicitly list these options. Oh, Jesus. Okay, where are the lore sheets then? Well, they don't show up. Nope, sorry, they don't exist. Because we live in a society, and the society is for... It's goofatronics. It is goofatronics. Now, the Zhonghe, and kind of talk about the nature is here. Within Shenzhou, a parallel world of outsiders and outcasts, some are born into the world, others forced into it. They choose to live and escape the boundary limitation imposed on them by regular society. Served by the common people as start to ordinary life, many represent a hope for escape, advancement, life controlled by tradition. You can pick up the Zhonghe immediately. What does that mean, picking up the Zhonghe? It means that you are those outside of society. That's it. You're from outside of society. You're an odd one. You're not from around here. All of this shit here, all lore for this. So let's say I'm part of the Zhonghe. I can spend 2 destiny and get this. Yeah, no, pick up 1 such group. +5 social roles, familiarity with that subculture matters. Hey, I can spend 2 fortune upon arriving to declare you have basic knowledge of the local Zhonghe underground, or an organization who's in charge. This includes Wulin faction. I can get bonus status. I can pay 2 destiny to get a fortune to know someone. But then I can spend it. I can spend additional status to be well known with. Oh, all right. How do we travel along it? How do we move along it? A lot of lore. But okay, I'm crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Oh, either true face, true foul. You are 0 to 5. I'm hiding my true identity. Seems to pierce and protect the fake identity. You get 1 additional destiny. Get for free, otherwise costs 5 destiny. Hey, free. Traditions of CK of the past. Learn about the stabbing gas technique. You get a new specialty. Wu-Wei specialty, sense chi, or stealth specialty. Hide killer intent. Costs 1 to get that. You pay 1 destiny, you get this lore sheet. All of this. Oh, you're part of the Wulin. What does this mean, being part of the Wulin? Being part of the Wulin means you get all of these things. You get to spend destiny, tie your fate to the other characters that may appeal to you. 3. History is shrouded in myths. Introduce a historical fact of your own design into your situation. Also, do you like the fucking graphic design as my fucking passion in the back? Yeah, we don't talk about that. Entanglement should be mechanized. It's too vague. It's too vague. Summarizes the entire nature of lore sheets. Because I get what they're doing with entanglement. Because the idea is simple. I am a martial hero. I do something cool. I generate entanglement, which means I am now the sworn enemy of the Ping Pong clan. Ping Pong clan, that would ultimately result into the enemy of the Ping Pong clan lore sheet. And that's something they're going to now pop up more because I'm an enemy of the Ping Pong clan. That's the idea. However, you can spend it on anything, and lore sheets are really vague sometimes, and really not as detailed as they should be. Yeah, especially if you're like, oh, you can buy to become a Wulin sage. Yeah, it's just like, oh, you're one of the Wulin judges, and because you're one of the Wulin judges, you learn a transcendent style for 15 destiny. Yeah, and then we got all the Wulin salutation, leaving the Wulin. Oh, you want to become the Wulin Mengzhu? Oh, cool. Well, here's all of these bonuses that you get. You want to do a hero invitation for the different duel challenges and tournaments and Wulin summons. Oh, you're one of the top 10 of something that costs 5 destiny. Yeah. Yeah, generally speaking, you belong to a Wulin faction, work with the sages and bases of the organization. I chose to be part of none of these ones, but these are the basic ones. Let's say I want to become a part of the Little Forest sect, helping those in need enlightenment and balance. Great hero saying, blue-eyed celestial demon. So, effectively, by joining the Little Forest sect, I get all of these. If I choose the Buddhism lore sheet, Completely different. Oh, you can become a heretical Buddhist if you. Oh, but you also get as these things. You get Destiny discount to these. Oh, you also get these free. You can spend 2 Destiny and get all of these things. You can spend 5 Destiny and get all of these things. And you can get all of these different things, all of them going all at once, and you're like, holy shit, what the fuck am I smoking? And yeah, the thing is, like, I like the idea of these. I like the concept that you are being able to join societies and you get bonuses for joining those societies. You gotta live up to them, but there's also problems that you can get. Hey, I want to become a sword spirit. Cool, I got a special bloodline within me. But oh no, someone wants to challenge me constantly for it. But oh no, if I acquire a special weapon, I'm gonna be cursed for existence. Cool, that's fun. This is interesting. There's a lot of lore behind these. I don't care about the lore, but it's there. It's cool this exists. And almost every single one of them at least gives you something. At least gives you something to work with. And it's like, all right, this is fun. This is interesting. And I'm like, all right, cool. I'm part of the Great Four Societies. You're part of the Resplendent Phoenix Society. You're one of the Phoenix Brides. Ooh. A society member aspire to be beautiful, strong, and talented and intelligent. Many men would fear a woman like that, yet many would cherish a companion who could stand firmly beside their sides. Thus, wives, concubines, and courtesans of the resplendent Phoenix side with powerful Qíyì are considered great blessing to both the Wulin and the secular world. Oh my, the Beggars Fraternity. You can even be a beggar, you can be the Falling Leaves Society, Dragonwell sect. I chose not to do that. That's I was looking through I'm like, you know what? I'm not vibing with any of these. I'm not vibing with these. However, I did find one that I think vibed with me a bit more. Welcome to the Blade Dogs. Because, baneful, I'm a dick. Individualism, ferocity. I joined the Blade Dogs, and this is what I ended up paying. 6 Destiny at the end of the day. Joining it, I joined it. Hell yeah. -2 for blurring baneful heresy lore. Never learned it, but I can learn it if I want. I got a competent specialty, and discounted learning an additional external technique within a style I possess. That's all that you get for being a Blade Dog. But later on, I could spend 5, I can get, I can create a hyperactive Qíyì condition based on it. Cool, because I like that. Hey, I can learn more martial secrets. Force allows you to earn 2 destinies worth of additional technique from eternal kung fu styles, past one per level. Cool, I can pretty much get more destiny. Or later on, I can learn more and more to say, hey, I want to, I learn the corrupt formless technique dubbed the Devil Saint Apotheosis. Oh shit. That's huge. But now I can spend 5 more destiny to, I can now try to reborn it. I can try to refix it. I want to create the Devil Deflecting Blade. How long until I have to fight him? All right, that's interesting. Cool. Vile Rain Gold. Cool. Wulin, right? So the various different people you can join. different bonuses that you can, you know, deal with. Hey, you're friends with this person. Hey, you're friends with this person. Hey, you're from the forest and the mountains. Oh, you're from the Tianxia and all that shit. Oh, you follow the mandate of fucking heaven. Yeah, no, you want to be have no fear. You are in position to declare you will take the mandate of heaven. Yeah, you want to take the mandate of heaven? Well, you can. If you feel like it. If you want. I don't know. Maybe you want to do that. But taking that lore sheet would be you saying that we want to take that. You want to... I like the concept of lore sheets. I don't care for how they are presented. Because there's a lot of them, and they are made to be terrible. Awful. I, honest to God, wish they were more generic in a way that you could more easily make your own, but you can't really. Like, yeah, you want to be from the North, you have to pick up the idea that the North is an important part of your story, and selecting 5 additional destiny to take the Great Wall. Mm. Thomas, now, you shouldn't meddle with anyone else for good reason to meet someone in the act of destiny, not of your desire. In other words, Vegas shit for a game. And you bump into someone in the street, destiny. See a pretty girl walk by, sin. You do not want to become a sword spirit. You die if you do. Exactly, that's kind of the point. Like, there are things which are like, yeah, you just die. Sky Lake, you know, there's a lot of this. And if you kind of notice, we're kind of zooming through here because it's a lot of shit. I'm not gonna lie. You want to be Confucianism? Yeah, no. You want to be Confucianist? Yeah, you can get all these things. You want to embrace legalism? Oh boy, legalism. Have no fear, everyone. It's time to become Buddhist or Taoist. Oh man, you want to become one of the relationships of Shenzhou, including ruler and servant, husband and wife? Oh hey, have no fear, everyone. Hey, your elder brother shows up a lot more. Oh, cool. You got a bunch of bonuses, your brotherly struggles. Oh no, your wife is insane and wants to kill you. Oh no, well, we're harmonious, but yep, have no fear. Hey, I've got a friend. Yeah, here's my best friend that I have. Cool, here's I'm a superior to someone. Sorry, you're a woman. Mm. Yeah, you want to be a woman? Why? I don't fucking know. Mm. You have to deal with the prejudice and resistance that you place the Wulin because you are a woman. Yeah, with sexuality, have no fear. I'm going to internalize, you know, my gay, you know, gay sex with other men. It's like, don't worry. We're just cultivating Qi in a different way. Don't worry. It's not no homo bromo. No homo bromo. We're just cultivating Qi, man. Ah. Oh yeah. I'm gonna become the lord of this monastery. Yeah, sorry. Take just making it a Gachi Muchi shitpost game. That's it. Mm. Yeah, no, it's as a yeah, effectively. Hey, I can take the baneful heresy for free almost. I take it very cheap. If I take the baneful heresy, it only costs me 8, and I get corrupt chi, and I get all of these different. I can spend this on cultivation for corrupt chi. People get scared of me. Oh no! But stories are true. We're appointed as a heaven hunter. Oh goodness! I've become a mm, mm, yeah, no, as a baneful heresy, that's something I gotta, that's something I might have to internalize. Oh no, I'm out of the lessons of the starving tiger king. It's such vile deeds. I can eat people, things like that. So, we have finally made it down to the how to calculate your chi regeneration. Effectively, you regain chi pretty consistent. You get it decently fast. And anytime effectively, you have to take a minor action to get it back. It's pretty easy to do. It's only 20. You breathe 1 chi. It's memorable, you get 2. If it's legendary, you get 8. You get 3. You want to get as much chi as possible. And that's where the minor actions come in. Again, you roll, and you're like, okay, cool, I've got a minor action. I want to breathe. I want to get a extra point of chi back, because you're going to be spending chi very consistently. Because spending chi keeps your ass alive. We want to keep burning chi. Chi is good. You know, right there. For example, Fire Suture technique costs 4 chi to then 4 normal chi, 2 fire chi, or 1 fire chi and 2 normal chi. Then, effectively, elemental chi is worth more, but you can use it for less. Corrupt chi is good for everything, except enlightened stuff. Enlightened stuff is good for everything, but usually you kind of go insane. You can transfer chi to people. I want to. You have to make a wave with someone. I want to transfer chi to you. I want to give you this, but I have to give you that, and the back and forth thing. And then you have the concept of your chi aura. I want to not die. Chi threshold. Our ability to not die. Then we get chi conditions. Chi conditions are the most annoying thing in this fucking game by far. I'm not gonna lie to you. In the most basic sense, there are effectively 2 conditions that they can have: hyperactivity or a weakness. If it's a hyperactivity, you'd get bonuses for doing it. What does this mean? I get, as long as I'm fighting you, I get a bonus of +10. This is my thing. As long as I am flaunting my ego, I get a bonus. As long as I am doing something, I'm getting rewarded. I get a carrot. Weakness is, if you don't do this, you get fucked. Oh no, as long as I'm horribly sick. If I try to do anything other than rest, I'm going to take a penalty to it. And this sucks. I'm horribly ill. Or, oh no, I'm horribly at a disadvantage. My arm is broken in 5 million places. How am I ever going to fight? But some of them can be a little bit more, detailed. You could have things that are carrots and sticks. Do this unless you get this. do this, but not this. So, trivial conditions don't do anything. Minor conditions feed into that. You get a little bonus, you get a +5, as long as you're using a sword. As long as you're using the magic sword that, that fights on its own, you get a +5 penalty. Cool, that's pretty good. The second you stop swinging that sword, you get a -10 to everything, because that sword does not like not killing things. Alright, it's a condition. Yeah. If we manage to use some of the stealthy medicine work to make your greatest rival in a court drunk at the Emerald Celebration Party, he's in genuine bind. Which leads to Qi deviations. Qi deviations are things where things are much more permanent and awful. Now, for context, Mudang has a little bit of fire Qi in. Just got a little bit of fire Qi. Not a lot, just a little. So he start taking, his hair begins turning red, and his skin turns a little darker. It's ash and faint scent of smoke. Yeah, but hey, I start burning up later on, and then you can't stagnate. You'll probably never marry or have a peaceful life. Or innovation and challenging traditions. But some of them are a little bit more consistent, some a little bit more, yeah. So, we have finally hit combat. Good job, everyone. We have finally hit combat. We haven't, because we haven't explained what the fucking external kung fu is. Generally speaking, the most easy way to understand what you are doing in Legend of Wulin is you are going to be making a speed check. What's that speed check about? How fast am I going? That's your initiative order. Cool. Do you want to hit someone? You make a roll. Do you beat? Cool. Then they make a roll to oppose you. Do you hit? Cool. You hit. You get things that are laughs at and fears. Generally speaking, if you hit something that laughs at it, you get a bonus. If you do something that fears, you get a penalty. So, for example, I have the shadow catching kung fu style. That's my thing. That's shadow catching. I laugh at you being defensive. You're not moving. No, you try to be cool and reactive. No, I'm so fast. I get a +5 bonus anytime I'm beating your ass in, because I am so quick. However, anything that can keep up with me, I'm fucking terrified. My advantage is in my speed, and you're being unpredictable. What do you want to do in this situation? You're fighting someone with shadow catching, act unpredictable. Do something random. Eliminate that variable. Oh, hey. I can fight you real hard. Slam some flour into the ground. No one can see anymore. That's unpredictable, but I know how to fight blind, and you don't. That's kind of the concept. It is, as a, someone using external kung fu, or you're using all these things, you are trying your best to get as much advantages as you can over someone. Including things that aren't there. I might laugh in the face of danger, but fear fire. If I fear fire, you want to throw fire at me, but I'm not going to ever be afraid. In this game, the fire deviation doesn't kill you. The thing with fire deviating means you're probably going to end up dead, because you just need to keep going. So, easy enough. We already explained what waves are. You can make waves do some things that are pretty impressive. Everything is zone-based. Yes, we all love zones. Yay, zones. The entire idea behind zones, though, is we are in a fight currently. I need to I need to move to a new zone that's a little bit difficult. Usually it does not, it's not a problem to move to a new zone. However, let's say, for example, I need to move to a new zone right the fuck now. I rolled absolutely nothing productive. Let's say, for example, I've got 2-4. Let's say I roll a 24 and a 38. I want to use that 38 to actually do things. And I'm using that 42 to that 24 to move, though. You get into a moderate situation. I can't make it through anything hard. I can't make it through anything memorable or something very dangerous. I can get through something simple. Oh, you're Lightfoot? Oh, hey, if you spend Qi, you get a +5 bonus to it. I want to spend 3 of my Qi to successfully climb something I shouldn't be able to. So, shaping actions kind of do the same thing. Again, let's make it complicated. It's changing the nature of a fight. I'm running away. I throw a candle on the ground and now everything's on fire. Hey, I'm doing this. I'm doing that. Kind of see just... I'm using a bunch of minor actions to do things as I'm running away. So, you finally make an attack action. Okay, easy enough. I'm going to hit you with a sword. Oh, actually, I guess I would be hitting you with a sword. I'm going to hit you with my saber. Shing, stab you. I got a saber and you don't. Cool. Easy enough to understand. I'm going to make an attack versus your defense. That's all we're doing. All of this shit doesn't matter. I'm making an attack against your defense. All of this is just doing marvels, which it's a marvel again. It's an action that you put into your river for later. Easy. There's a lot of ways to do this, but it's very simple if you actually think about it. So, you finally hit someone. What's a ripple? Conflict has repercussions, and ripples are those repercussions. Effectively, any time that happens is an abstract way of saying what the fuck is going on. A mechanical representation of being pressured by the opposition. You have been hit. Okay. So, I'm going to hit you. So, let's just take a second and think about it. Let's just do this. Where's the exact way of... God damn. So, my Qi threshold is 11. Rippling's final result was 19. Taking Qi aura into account, you would suffer a minor Qi condition. What does that mean? So, everyone's got Qi threshold. If I am armored, I have a 17, but if I'm unarmored, I have 12. So these are my 3 thresholds. If I take a number of damage above this, I'm taking some big hits. This ain't fun. I don't want to do this. It's bad. But what's actually going on? So, you're going to be rolling dice. Get ready for dice. Have all of these. This is where things get a little bit weird. I successfully hit you. I roll my dice. You roll your dice. Let's say I hit you, and I do 10 damage. Well, let's say where's the... Jesus fucking Christ. Every time I get scared by that. I have a deep affection for my mother. Because my mother is, my mother has a very simple conversation track. And it's usually the exact same conversation track. Notepad, I need A. Okay. Notepad, we need to talk about B. We need to talk about B. Okay. Notepad, what if C? Okay. Notepad, it's D now. It's D now. But goodbye. Okay. That is, like, there is no simple, we've deviated completely from the original point. I went down there for goddamn Taco Bell, and she was like, let's talk about work and going to the UK. I'm like, oh, okay, uh-oh, oh my, where was I? Oh yes, ripples. Getting a ripple is effectively getting something bad happen to you, which is the best way of thinking. You get undesirable chi conditions. Every single thing gives you a ripple. Well, maybe. It doesn't, a punch might not break you in half. It's going to hurt you, though. That's the best way to think about it. So, basic idea. How well did you roll? And you succeed by 10, 20, 40, 80. But what happens if you hit a ripple roll? Rippling roll. That means you roll another by the amount of ripples present. I've got 5 ripples. That means I roll 5d10. And I get to choose the highest. Oh shit. I roll, so let's say I've got 5 ripples. I got 5 ripples. I'm gonna roll my ripples. What happened here? Oh my, oh me, oh my, I only rolled a 17. Thankfully, 17 isn't that bad, right? Let's roll my rippling roll here. My rippling roll is 14. That means I take 3. I only got a trivial chi condition. If the rippling roll is better than this, you get a chi condition. You get a major one. You get a severe one. However, there is no limit to the amount of ripples you could get. You could get 6 ripples, 8 ripples, 12 ripples, 30 ripples, and imagine rolling 30 d10 and calculating the results. Yeah, you ain't gonna have a good time when you roll a fucking 79 and you gotta roll a fucking 2d10 to try to mitigate it. No. Effectively, the concept behind ripples is simple. You are adding these ripples consistently until you do hit something bad. Because even getting a minor condition, you fuck up a roll bad. You get a minor condition. They rolled a 30 and you rolled a 4. Still a minor condition. That's a -5 now. -5 to all your actions. You take another one, that's another -5. But that's the 3rd one. You rolled worse this time. It's a major one. -10. -20. And it just keeps building, and things are getting worse and getting worse and getting worse. If you ever hit triple that threshold, you're just out of the fight. Something bad happens. It's always that second, something bad happens. Qíyì threshold was 11. Rippling roll's final result was 9. Taking Qíyì and error into account, then he would suffer a minor Qíyì condition. So, basic combat ones are like, okay, hey, 6 ripple, few rounds fighting the Ice Minister. Cool, you get a more of these things, and hey, you get 36 damage. Ow. Ow, God. Why is it so a minor Qíyì injury condition? Because even 1 or 2 Qíyì conditions are bad. Crushed ribs, arm wound. You have, you're bleeding out, something's happening. Taking 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits, bad. But even if you start inflicting just trivial conditions, you can inflame these conditions. You can make one worse. I hit you for a trivial condition twice. You now have a minor condition. I hit that minor condition again. It's now a major. I hit that condition again. I keep hitting you. Death by 1,000 cuts. Even one or two of these is pretty fucking bad. This kind of leads into the idea of secret arts. Secret arts are not combat. Not combat, but not combat. Let's take a second for courtier. So let's say, for example, you have a courtier art here. These way are born through conflict. By default, they are caused by the end of combat rippling roll, because at the end of every combat, you also have to make a rippling roll. There's a chance if you're nasty enough, even if you lose, they have to make that rippling roll. If they fuck up, they might get a bad condition, including a condition like you were already poisoned and you just fall over dead. Or we've both fucked each other up. Congratulations, you killed me. You have 12 ripples and you rolled 105 and can't reduce it down. You take about 2 steps forward, cough up some blood, and collapse on top of everyone. And some of these can be, hey, newfound respect, enamored with someone. Oh no, I've always been in love with this person. Fuck. Oh no, partial paralysis, organ damage. And generally speaking, what happens is the end of combat rippling action is always up to the loser. Whoever loses gets to choose your end of combat one. Hey. Yeah, Ghostly didn't have any fun. Bright Snow has 8 ripples. Oh no, a minor Qíyì. Haha, you fell in love with me. You didn't. But then Hebo is like 9 ripples. The terrible roll. Respectable 17. Still leaves 23. Major Qíyì condition. Hey. No. Instead, I am cursing you from beyond the grave. -10 penalty to all rolls involving centipedes. If you take a surrender, though, the idea of surrendering is that you are giving away your opportunity to inflict that condition for your own safety. Hey, it's, you beat you down, you swore an oath not to abstain from terrorizing them. You get that problem now. You have to abide by the oath, but you're not gonna die. You might just fucking run. Yep, Iron spots Silver Fox and Rabbit Noble's mansion, quickly leaves with action. Changing blows with constable, so she tries to escape with her loot instead. Darts over the roof. Alright, keeps going. You recognize NG, make sure to prevent his dash from breaking out. Buy Fox enough time, only people still following her are witless minions without light. Her escape is a foregone conclusion. At the end of the scene, Fox makes her own rippling roll and may decide the consequence. On a whim, she picks a prediction that I or not Anne will chase her more often in the future. It was such good fun. Condition penalties, generally like good things happening, bad things, super bad things, and really big ones can be pretty bad. But that's kind of the basic, you have a bunch of these weapons, like, for example, a saber. Sabers get +5 to hit, +5 damage. Pretty fucking bad. Ow, that hurts a lot. That's a lot of fucking damage. Because what does this actually mean? I hit you. Let's say I want to roll to hit you. I've got a 42. 42, no, that's a 24. 24 is pretty nasty. And you try to block and you fail. Damn. But that 24 is actually 29 and you cannot beat me. However, you need to do a little bit of damage. Oh no, I've forced a rippling check on you now. So effectively, I can flood one of my die to ripple from my river. So I have my die. I've got, let's say, a 33 in there. I can make one of those go away, but I'm forcing you to make a ripple check. What does that mean? I am forcing you now to make a roll. and I get to add my +5 damage. Doesn't seem like a lot, but it's just a little bit more. It's a little bit more to hurt you. It's a little bit more to injure you. And this is where, again, you have to flood your die out, trying to get rid of things, trying to make sure that you can still win. Light armor is useful. Light armor. Medium armor hurts. There's no money in this game, weirdly enough. You don't get money, you only get destiny. Generally speaking, light armor makes it very difficult to hurt, like, does bump you up pretty extensively. Medium armor makes you fucking hard to kill. Heavy armor makes you damn near impossible to kill. But you kind of see here, these are the external techniques. What we're actually doing here, everything's tied to a certain weapon, certain abilities. So let's go to something like, not murder, shadow catching. So, anytime, these are things that are laughing. I get a bonus of +5. Fear, I don't like doing this. Uh-oh. Here's all my base statistics. And then, I can buy for Destiny techniques that go along with that improve this. Already, my shadow technique, I'm pretty good with it. I can do Exceeding the Shadow, Reflecting on Freedom, and World Arranging Sweep. Why is this one a little cheaper? Because I'm part of the Blade Dogs. Notepad goes to London again. Yes, actually. She wants to go to London and Scotland. And she's like, it's going to be like a month-long trip. And I'm like, oh no. So yeah, she's thinking about that, and I'm sitting here thinking, meandering. Yeah, and it's like I'm oh god. But some of these can be a little bit more esoteric, such as, oh hey, what's the howling gale force? You make an area attack. You automatically select without the need to flood a die from your river. You make a secondary attack. Or lightning flash. Your initiative higher than your target, you make it immediately rippling roll. You may flow a single die in river in that roll. Cool. Oh, I can flow things into the rippling roll. I can flow things there. Yeah, swift and certain destruction in a blink of an eye. Higher than the target of your attack, and you make a rippling roll. You may flow. Stormburn. You just increase. Like, there's a lot of these where it's just like, here's a flat bonus. And others of them, you get actually like kind of bigger ones. Some techniques are more interesting than others. Internal Kung Fu, though, is... oh, good. Well, internal Kung Fu can get really... So this is Fire Sutra. Few forces in the world, primal with respect to this fire. You always get the basic technique. The most basic of techniques. Once mastered, it's easy as natural as exhalation. Internal power is gathered, expelled the yang aspected energy. I can just burn people as a minor action with my attack with a +5 bonus. I am making a minor action to burn you. Why? Because I have a weapon. I am on fire, and fire bursts out. But for 2 points, for 2 destiny, I can do the Breath of Buddha. Internal powers used to heal you, but your raging heat dehydrates. If I get this purified earth, metal, and water chi, he does not reciprocate, and he spent chi points of those types at the end of the round. You have +5 to disrupt the disorient. Or I can spend 2 of fire, go tolerate burning this exact. You transform your energy to similar properties. You have 15 bonus to your footwork. You can do a lot with these. That's kind of the idea. But how are you doing this? Well, the basic idea is that you're going to be spending your chi doing this. Chi is your ultimate resource. You want to keep using chi. Everything you do equal to chi, equal to your level. I want to use basic Qi, costs 1 for 1. I want to use my fire Qi on my fire ability, it costs 1 for 2. And some of these can be pretty intricate. Like Breath of Cosmic Rebirth. Really check describes the death and resurrection of the universe. A cleansing fire will consume all material existence and purge impurities. With the blade of utmost skill and benevolence, you call upon the brightest fire that resides within the huge spirit to free the life from its current unclean incarnate. Burn affecting minor action roll with a plus 20 bonus. If it forces an immediate rippling roll, plus 15 bonus. Any Qi aura used to protect damage costs 2 Qi points per die to purchase. I just light you on. And you get one of these for free, but you can develop more and more and more of these over time because you are developing destiny to develop your Qi, to develop your abilities, to develop your skills, to develop your abilities. It all kind of goes back and forth. Now, formless techniques do not have anything associated with them. You just buy a formless technique. So, for example, lashing black silk wire. Unusual technique requires very long hair. Although, men use the technique with the long beards or eyebrows instead. Strengthens human hair to the point where it becomes hard to steal. Hair functions as a flexible weapon on its own, or you can use hair in conjunction with a regular weapon, make it function as if it were also a paired weapon. Yeah, you got some paired weapon kung fu. You won't drink so much, though. I know I won't, and that's the problem. See, there's part of me that if I do this, I will probably just say, hey, I'm gonna do my own thing for a bit, and I'm just gonna go a drinking. Which I'm gonna, because my mom wants to go see very specific things. I want to do specific things again, and it's one of those things. She wants to go all the way up to Scotland. I didn't go up to Scotland last time. And depending on how she wants to do certain things, I can probably, it'll probably be like a day or two helping her move around, but there's probably going to be a time where I just, leave. You're like, yeah, I'm just going to do my own thing. A couple of these abilities are a little bit more interesting than others. Others of them are less interesting. Like water splitting stone, which you just get +2 bonus. However, Devil Saint Apotheosis, the ultimate expression of nihilism. Yeah, this technique cuts away delusion of skill and fate. Both your attack and opposing defense are unaffected by jaws. Neither Lake nor your opponent affected by them. Neither you nor your opponent may use river during this attack. You can't float dice from roll into the river. You can't float from the river into the roll, and you can't flood dice to activate ability. That calls for it. Finally, get your opponent using a combat condition, you immediately soothe it 1 level. That's all Devil Saint Apotheosis does, is the ultimate fuck you technique of none of that shit works. This is the part where things get not fun. Do I have to do homework? The best way to think about it is let's word things to be as terrible as possible. That's the best way to thinking about it. All of this is everything controls or promotes. If I'm using a metal technique, I can feed it into water, can feed it into a wood technique, can feed it into a fire, can feed it into an earth. However, I'm using an earth technique. It's going to kill a water technique, which is going to kill a fire technique, which is going to kill a metal technique, which is going to kill a wood technique, which is going to kill the earth. That's all you're doing. I'm putting a fire technique on you. I want to keep it going. What are you going to use if I want to keep the fire technique going? You're right. I want to go to earth then. Because fire feeds the earth. You're just keep moving forward. But all of this is Qi conditions. Every single one of these is Qi conditions. And God, this is fucking boring. This is, again, it's one of those things where you are going to jump off of this pretty hard if you are getting kind of bored of this already. Because if you're a doctor, you're going to want to do this. Because ultimately, what does this mean? What does being sick mean? Well, it means you're sick. It's a minor water condition. How do we treat a water condition? We need to control the water. How do we control the water? Well, we're going to control water very simply. In fact, I'm going to go up here. What controls water? You're right. Earth controls water. Make him sick with earth. Give him medicine with earth. Well, what medicine uses earth? Well, anything can use earth. Probably herbs would be most appropriate. Maybe you can use acupuncture. But are we using metal acupuncture? That's not going to work. We need to maybe use... Well, we might need to use surgery on him. Maybe that'll help. Maybe it won't. That's kind of the idea. You want to control, you want to move, you want to use everything in your arsenal to help you out. And all of this shit costs destiny as well. You know, destiny. The resource used for everything else. Yeah, everything is free for anyone who has tactic skill of 5 up. Yeah, this is another one of those things, like... Nothing is wrong with this. I want to go to fire, because I like fire. I like the approach of metal. You are everywhere at once, casting a light to the shadow. I don't want anyone's metal. No, I am now in control. Everyone, I love being fire. Fire is a joyful battle, showy movements. We want to go fast. We want to go hard. What does this actually mean? That means we got a Qi condition. That's all that it matters. Is we have a Qi condition. But this is also a lore that is secret warrior techniques, which is controlling our special fires, which is controlling our special abilities, which is a completely different thing. To do something completely different, to do something else, and yeah, you just fall fucking asleep. This is very dense for what it is. And it's not difficult to understand. That's the secret. It's not difficult to understand. Ultimately, all this is I am taking an ability to do something. And if I play to my little elemental wheel, I can inflict appropriate conditions. What does that mean? Well, I got a Qi condition, meaning that I'm happy and I get a bonus to attacking you. That's it. All of this shit legitimately boils down to just fighting it. And this is when you get things like over here, like the priest art. Oh, well, this is really complicated and really odd. It's not. It's a discovery. What you are under, you are under the effect of fortune. Well, how do we discover it? Wu Wei. We need Wu Wei to get it. I need to break out this misfortune, this curse laid upon. How do I manipulate it? Well, I gotta control passions or control inspirations. But how am I going to be manipulating it, though? Well, I'm going to be using learning. That's my skill for it. I need to recover from this. I'm going to be using Wu Wei. And what am I going to be doing? I'm going to be inspiring cultivation bonuses and penalties and entanglements and probably giving you a -5. That's it. You get a -5. All of this shit is boiling down to +5, -5, maybe +10. It's not too, like, nothing is too, like, gigantic or, like, huge. If you're playing to this, you're going to have fun. If you don't want to do it, like First Scroll, Life in Shenzhou, this is kind of the more of the lore section, not super important. Kind of gives you a couple things, but here's some inspirations, of course, and we all love inspirations. Inspirations are fun and interesting. Let's see, Inglio, Ring of the Dragon Pool, comics, manhwa, Four Constables, Chinese Hero, Weapon of the Gods, obviously, Storm Rider. Now we got some cinema. Come drink with me. Dragon Gate Inn, One-Armed Swordsman, Golden Swallow. But maybe you want more art house stuff. Maybe you want Promise, House of the Flying Daggers, Manhua. Maybe you want some weird shit. Maybe you just want to play Jade Empire. Yeah, Jade Empire. Like, yeah, no, I want to play Jade Empire. Fuck yeah, you can just play Jade Empire. I wonder, like, I mean, there's got to be, Jade Empire's got to be around somewhere, right? Let's play a game. Can I buy Jade Empire on Steam? Yes, I totally can buy Jade Empire on Steam, but I don't because it looks like to be mixed. Yeah, maybe GOG's got a better copy. Yeah, then the kind of like, okay, here's set up, you know, the relationship chart, how to do Sage, how to do minions. Minions go down in like 2 hits. Like, most enemies are pretty simple stuff. Like, again, the game's not complicated. Like, that's the interesting thing about it. It is not like, there is nothing complicated about this game. Absolutely nothing complicated. But you want to know what makes it complicated? It is the fact that everything is worded to be the weirdest way physically possible. Let's take Bright Snow here. First step of Wulin, quick tag. Visual, tomboyish and pretty, dressing fairly simple, if elegantly tailored clothing. 12, see like in River Aura, 2. Qíyì Threshold. Oh, she's doing pretty good, and she's very forceful, not very benevolent, not very loyal. Very stick. Got some very basic skills here. Fearless, alright. Breaking things. Cool, light armor. She's got a Zhang. Doesn't have that much golden kung fu, really, to afford. Not that much. Broken Cup. Daoist Bushman. Got all these things. Repentant Bandit. And these are kind of just some sample characters. Very basic ones. Have some enemies you can possibly encounter. Some other issues. Is Legend of the Wulin good? Here's the thing. Do I think Legends of the Wulin is good? I think Legend of the Wulin is real interesting. I think it does a lot of things that are interesting. I like the core mechanic. Unironically, I think the core mechanic isn't bad. It's a roll and keep system with keeping momentum. Nothing wrong with that. Kind of interesting. It's the idea of no matter what in a roll, multiple rolls per session means multiple times I can build and develop and do things. Cool. That's interesting. Combat. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Ripples could use some better explanation, and I think going from point A to point B with ripples aren't bad. However, there's a question here, a very important question. Is Legends of Wulin good independently of what's being written in it? If that makes, it's kind of a weird thing, weird way of wording it. Because if you say everything as it's written, it sounds like you're going fucking insane. Ah, yes. You must roll your lake to flood the river properly. That is nonsense. I am speaking crazy. You need to roll a set number. It's a roll and keep system where you get to keep pairs. Yeah, that's a lot easier to understand. It's every single thing Legends of Wulin does interesting, they always bolt more shit on top of it. Here's something interesting. Here's 15 different things that play into it maybe, but not really. I like the lore sheets. The lore sheet is interesting enough. However, it's just handled poorly. It's, you know what they're going for. Hey, you can build up your character by selecting these different lore sheets and start entangling you with different facets of the setting. Cool. That's an interesting idea because it gives you the intrinsic desire to do it because you want to, get more stuff, but you also get the extrinsic one, which is like, oh, well, I've joined the Jade Court, and that's something I have to now work with. Oh, I'm the Wulin of this, and I've got this to worry about. That's kind of interesting. But then you also have to deal with, like, here's the 15 external Kung Fu styles that you have to spend Destiny. Here's the internal Kung Fu styles after you spend Destiny on. Here's all of this shit going on. And then by the end of the book, they are still introducing lores to you. They are still throwing shit at you. And it's like, calm the fuck down, game. Just roll back. I kind of want to find... Like, there's a part of me that really wants to find, like, a quick start variant of this book, just to do a little bit of comparing and contrasting. It's out there somewhere, I can almost guarantee it. But I don't hate this game. And if someone were to say to me, I love Legends of the Wulin, and I want more people to know about it, I would say I understand. And you know what? I don't hate it. I like this game. I like the ideal behind this game. I think it can get a little bit... I think they, like, the big things that I've noticed is I think they really lean way too heavily on this. I think they weigh way too heavily on these chi conditions to carry a lot more of the game than it really can. Like, Kung Fu is fun. The here's all the weapons. This is fun. Oh, hey, you have to also manage all these different million fucking conditions and million fucking things to worry about. Not as fun. Not as interesting. Because this shit down here is informing decisions that you made up here. That is 100, that's 200 pages later. And you're like, oh God. Yeah, I think Legend of Wulin is probably the most dense Wuxia game. It is the most dense, and it does care so much. It cares about everything. And the thing is, like, you don't feel overpowered. That's the weird thing. Because you start with so little destiny. You don't ramp up into extreme bullshit because you can't afford it. You do start low powered, but the book does a bad job of presenting that because they just throw options at you and you're like, oh shit, like I've got... See, that's the weird thing, Draco, is that low powered Wuxia games are technically what it should be. You ramp up into doing crazy bullshit. That's the secret. It's always the ramp up. But Legends of Wulin is interesting. I'm interested to see what it goes. Part of me kind of wants to read Weapon of the Gods now, just to see what the difference is. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. It's like part of me wants to talk about Wulin because seems interesting enough. I think there's something to talk about there. What is this? I don't know really. I'm interested in looking at it. But I think I don't think we're gonna see Wuxia titles ever more. I don't think we're gonna like every week we're gonna have a new Wuxia. Cultivation that's rampant bullshit territory very fast. Well, yeah, it's layout. I think the thing is, Wuxia is such a unique and interesting genre because it does have things that are... Yeah, it's one of those things where you're kind of even touching on it a little bit. It's interesting enough that you have the interesting powers, then but you still have to be clever with it. You're not immortal. You're a guy. You're a guy who knows a sacred, cool technique, but you're still a dude. And then you ramp up into being something important. And I think it's a universal story at the end of the day. A wandering hero enters a town to save it. And I think that's interesting. The thing is, the game has their own vision of what Wuxia should be at the table. Exactly. And I think that's like a big thing. I think a lot of games in general should do. Establish it right dead on. First thing you do, first page damn near, this is what we're doing. And that's one of the reasons why I like Strange Tales of Songling. Strange Tales of Songling tells you exactly what that damn game is. First things first. That is what it is. Will it be a game I play constantly? Probably not. You want to know why? Because I don't do well with horror. I poo my pants with horror. I am not a horror guy. I hide behind my hands during horror movies. And it could be like a PG-13 when I'm like, no, scary. No scary things. But yeah, physical senses are better than human. 3-5 signature moves, super styles, overtailing, add a few items, bam, your character is done. Like, yeah, you get the idea. Is it's like, if you establish early on of like, oh, hey, this is a Wuxia story, and you're just, shifts himself and turns to, horror topic, like, is it specific horror topic? Like, I have a friend that can handle pretty much everything, but zombies, nope, can't. See, it's funny, anything like psychological horror, anything that like just like psychological horror, I'm in. I can watch that shit locked in, not a flinch, like I'm ready. Anytime it's like body horror, like some guy gets his arm ripped up, Saw, locked in, perfectly fine. I see like a guy jump out behind a door, say oogity boogity boogity, jump scares, shit in my pants. It's like I'm falling over, crying. It's over. I'm like 6'2". I don't do that well. My mom is infamous. I love my mom. Note, mom loves horror movies, by the way. Note, mom loves horror movies of the variety that I cannot stand because I get scared watching them. I've told her, and she's baited me a few times. She's just like, don't worry, Notepad, it's a thriller. I'm like, oh boy, a thriller. And then I'm sitting in the theater in horror. God, Long Legs was a good one. You haven't watched Long Legs, actually. Long Legs is actually a really good movie that I accidentally wrote a better plot in my head for. That's the worst part. I wrote a better plot in my head. That's why I have a very mixed. I like Long Legs. The movie is very well made. But man, I wrote a better plot than that shit immediately. But getting back on topic a little bit, I think the idea with Wuxia's story is, or really any story of wandering hero enters a place to stop evil, needs to establish itself of what you're gonna do right away. It is that first line almost when you're writing that pitch, your anchor. This is a story about, this is a horror story. This is an action story. This is a story of ramping up to extreme power as fast as possible. Or this is just a comedy. This is just a goofy game where everything is supposed to be done in a little bit of a silly way. Extreme roles are common, things are sillier. Because if you open up a game that's billing itself as a comedy game, and that's the entire joke, is that it's a fucking comedy wuxia and everything's a little bit silly, and you're not gonna feel as sad when you roll poorly because that's the joke. Maybe you get a bonus, maybe you get that. But if you go into a super serious game and it feels like shit, that ain't good. Yeah, like there's like the less you establish those focal points. Yeah, no, you gotta hit on. I don't even say that for your D20 slop you see every now and again. You gotta establish that point. You gotta double down on it. Like, this is the thing that we're doing, and this is how we're doing it. And I think there's going to be more. I think eventually we're going to see probably. Actually, I should say, I am surprised we have not seen more Wuxia games. Unironically, I am surprised we have not seen more of those. Again, let's establish something real fast because it's been 5.5 hours and my throat's giving out. Wuxia is what we would kind of, if you think about, I think this is what a lot of people think wuxia is. It's the cultivation Oh man, I'm cultivating 10 million power points to my golden core. I have unmatched power to destroy the Ping Pong clan now. The Celestial Dragon Emperor, I can fight in 10 million chapters. Like, I think people look at that like, ah, this is Wuxia, it's the same shit, right? It's got shit at the end. Like, I'm surprised we haven't seen more games attempt to tackle this. Or, like, what you would think it is. But most of the time, people are like, it's a 5e supplement. Oh, boy. A 5e supplement? Cool. That's cool. Nothing else? Alright. Ah. Like, it's things like that. I'm surprised no one has attempted it as more as it had, but I know why. It's because it's fucking difficult. Like, anything when you're dealing with, like, a cultivator is, like, you're automatically dealing with things that are, like, stupidly powerful. Like, immediately way more powerful than I think a normal character would think about, and you have to change the way you have to change the way you think a little bit. I think we might see that in the future. Maybe not. Maybe we will. Maybe. Okay, everyone. Fun is over. We have canceled fun. Time for Kickstarter. The hardest genre too. The power levels are cosmic. Yeah, I know. Oh, I know. Yeah, it's high fantasy. Well, yeah, it's... Oh, root stuff. 5e is kind of prime for genre. Not really. Like, the weird thing with, like, 5e is, like, you go fast. You go fast, and then you just kind of burn out faster, if that makes sense. Oh, hi, Root. Hello, Root. We meet again. Like, that's, I think, the ultimate meme, you could say. All right, everyone, let's feel sad. It's the first thing I see is 2 STL projects. Woo! I love STL files. I love STL files. Prelude, Empire of the Undying Sun. All right, okay, I'm in. New thing. It's gonna be a 5e supplement. I'm gonna kill myself. Live on air, notepad add-on jumps from the fucking roof. More Harn World, I believe that's Spanish. Spanito. Olay, post-apocalypse roll and ride. Oh, that's okay. Alright, I'm in. Snow Planner expansion. Of course, we have to do our the always fun. Let's try to speak Japanese poorly. Area control game. Space time. I love STL files, Charlie. I love STL files. It is 5e. So no, pen. You don't do it like we get a shotgun. Be a hero. No. Violet, romantic, high-speed, sapphic, mecha. You know I'm going to be sad clicking it. I'm going to click it anyway. It can't be that bad, man says to himself, knowing full well it's going to be PBTA. I know it's going to be PBTA. And I know it. It's going to hurt. Rats, Shadow Dark. Oh, hi, Luke. Hey, Luke. How you doing? I see it. You see it. We all see it. I know I'm going to click on it. I've got to click on it. I don't want to, but I gotta. Shadow. See, we're now seeing all of the Shadow Dark stuff, by the way. We're seeing all of the Shadow Dark stuff come out because Shadow Dark is the new hotness. And next year, when Shadow Bad comes out, it will be the same thing, because I am a psychic. That is just from World of Warcraft. There's a 50% chance she does not have clothes on. Paragon. Okay, Paragons. Paragon, Ward Game Simulator. Okay. Let's click on it. It can't be compatible with 5th edition. Of course, compatible. Every game is compatible with 5th edition. Brendan, if you're still there, when are we going to see the 5e supplement for Heroes of Middle Game? When are we going to see the 5e supplement for everything? Everything's 5e. God, I'm so fucking sad. See, that's such a... It's such an interesting thing that I see things that everyone has to put the 5e, like, compatible somewhere in it. And it's so painful. Make your own 5e supplement, Notepad. Again, the 5e supplement will just be 300 pages of esoteric rambling. There will be nothing productive going on. It will, by the end of it, you will either need to get me committed, or I will unlock a new religious doctrine. It's just who I am. Let's see. Whimsical tale horror. Okay, horror game, chart, like STL. Like, these are just porno STL files. Don't lie to me. I know your secret. I know your sin. You can't hide from me. Let's see, Nevermore. On the there. A lot of these just pinup things. I don't understand why they keep doing these goddamn pinup models. And people buy them. That's the thing that hurts. People buy these things. I know they do. Because no shit do they buy these things. It's pre-sculpted, you do everything, and you make a bunch of money on it. Look how many this guy has. This guy's probably spent 5 years doing, this guy probably spent 2 fucking days doing this, and he's gonna make a good chunk of money on it. And it hurts. I don't know why. See, the thing is, if it was in its own thing, like, here's your STL file thing, it's its own thing. Cool, that would be fine, but it's not. And that's the weird part. Like, come on, guy. Guy. I know the... Guys. I know this. You know this. None of us are making it out of the hood. Come on. Come on. Old West Horror 5e Adventure. That's painful. That's agonizing. I feel nothing but pain every day I wake up. Oh, hello. Hello, Spencer. It's the looter shooter that made way too much fucking money. Some of these already. Yeah, let's Root, the role-playing game, a new version. That's cool. It's a new version. Wait, you're here? Truman. You're here. I know you. Like, there's just more mechanics, and it's more... This is the... Oh, this is the RPG. Yeah, that makes sense. I was like, I thought it was the actual board game. Yeah, it's I am not a fan of PBTA, nor will I ever be a fan of PBTA. You will never stop me from disliking this godforsaken game. Inshallah, brothers. Empire of the Undying Sun. Tracker, roll right, let's see. Alright, begins Courteous Trailer Park, I mean, it's a roll and write game. I like roll and writes. I think the design behind roll and writes are pretty interesting. It looks like he needs quite a some. I mean, interesting enough. He's made his money. I like it. All right, everyone. Let's play the game of what's going on in this game. Roll and write. It's a roll and write game, isn't it? Well, not really a roll and write. Looks like it's looks like each guests have different guest rooms that you want to advance and make things better, and you're doing that by improving your thing to make everyone happy, and that gives bonuses. Bonuses to make people happy. Looks like the rules are going to be in Japanese and English. No, it looks like this is probably only, and we'll ship it. Oh, they're going to SN. Oh, they're going to SNC. That's interesting. I'm curious. Looks like it's an expansion to another game. That's interesting. Violet Core. All right, everyone, let's take guesses. It's from Australia. God help us all. I'm pretty sure most of these supplements the same type of character. Might be supplement you cut of water. How goes on head. All these supplements were made by someone drinking hot chocolate while on their toilet. Let's see. Just one-on-one It's just a one-on-one Spencer at this point. I know. Gilla, get his health in order. I'm fine with it. Root, like Redwall then. Mouse Guard. Root isn't like Radguard or Mouse Guard. I wish it was, but Root TTRPG uses PBTA, but it's specifically Magpie's variant of PBTA, which I'm not too much of a fan of. It's a lot of bars. That's what it really boils down to. It's bar hours. It's like, I've had it. I know how to make the root game. It's like at this point I wouldn't make it a root game though. That's the secret. The thing, the one of the issues with root is that root assumes every character is effectively the same size. If I need to stay in one place and have, like, I think it's 4 mines. Fun fact, if you want a Redwall game, look up Primrose. Primrose is actually by one of our own. It is a very cute game. Very Redwall. Extremely Redwall. A lot more inspired than it than I would probably make it. But yeah, no, that's it's yeah, Primrose. God, did he put it anywhere? Yeah, there we go. Bill's Rat Books, right here. This is Primrose. I need to re-go over this game because I went over it a long-ass time ago. It's very interesting. I like it. It's good. Good stuff. So, let's play a game. You are a pilot. This is Violet Core. Okay. God damn. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. Name looked familiar. Yeah, so it's by the right. Oh, it's at least it's a D4 game. The connection system. What? Okay, what's the? There's Cave Girl. There we go. Hi, Cave Girl. No, powered by the apocalypse. Jewrotica. You need $20,000 to make a fucking erotic dreidel game? What the fuck, dude? No, why do you... God damn it. Let's see. I didn't know the rules we're using, but Badger like Pitmaster Deluxe in that setting. Again, Titomancy. Wasn't Cave Girl Channer? Everything like it was. She was on TG for a while. She drifted away from TG after the purges went down. Went to Tumblr pretty hardcore, and now she's been there. That's her jam though. She is very much in that circle. Yeah, again, hey. It's Shalom. Please say hello to Strip Dreidel. Strip Dreidel. God damn it, people. Neurotic. Again, there's so much to take in with this image. There's so much. For those who want to know why I find this funny, is that I'm Jewish, and I see this thing, and I'm like, oh, God. Been my Jew rod. Like, it's a dreidel, man. 50 different voices? Oh, no. No. What? Wasn't let's see, you're gonna review the lesbian PBTA mech game when it comes out. If someone pirates it and gives it to me for free, if I do not legally have it pirated for me, I will not go over it. I must specifically make sure that I have denied someone money. Let's see, classic superhero original game from the veteran team. All right, I mean that's a Broken Door. Broken Door, who are you guys? Joshua Simmons. Backdoor. Broken Door Entertainment, About Us. See, I look at 2019, like, that's not been too long, but then you look at it, you're like, wait a second. Like, 2019's 5 years ago, and that's 8 million years ago. Ah, I remember. V-Muse? V-Muse. No, you use your real name. Where do you currently work? Oh, she works at WizKids. Oh, she works at WizKids. Who's WizKids? Ghana. Who owns WizKids? Who? Oh. Parent by NECA. Yeah. They belong WizKids assets from Tops. Because always remember, Tops owns WizKids. Yeah, so That's what you, let's see, Kobold Press for a while, Codename Entertainment, crafting. All right, so that's our art director. Why does he look like he's... Okay, all I'm saying is, Josh, my man, you look like you're a villain from like a shitty Sherlock episode. Why do you look so scary? Hero, heroes. 100 pages of content, how to play. All right, doing the... What's a superheroes game? Okay, I want to... Josh Simmons, what have you done? I want to know, Josh, about what you've done. What have you done? Like, recent writing. Okay, he's got a DM's Guild. DM's Guild. DM's Guild. Mastermind doesn't look like that. Oh. Oh, you have an Insta. Hello. Hello. People always put out more things every single time. I don't know why. Put out so much information about themselves, so inadvertently. A lot of marketing people. Looks like most of his things were... Yeah, looks like a lot of demi stuff. Actual play guy. Yeah, it looks like it's a lot of actual play guys, a lot of stuff like that. Fine. Dragon Flute, Hand Press, gotten. He's got merch. Do any of you know who this guy is? Like, I'm not losing my mind, right? Like, I can't be losing my mind. That... Like, this is something... He's got his own convention? Yeah. Like the villain type stick his gauze and you want to beat their ass. He pees himself with horror when you approach. Oh no! He's the mid guy in the episode. Yeah, I get you. Like, a man called Nomad Ad completely flummoxed at the public field. Yeah, it's... I don't know. Like, I don't call myself a public figure, really. Mostly because the second you call yourself a public figure, you have no right for me to... You have no right to get mad at me when I investigate all of your assets and realize that you're probably being funded by the Chinese. You need 15 grand for it, and I wonder why. Yeah, it's not... I mean, they've got stuff. It looks like, again, it looks like it's a superheroes game. Year Zero, Shadowrun. No, they don't take that. World of Darkness, powered by the Apocalypse system. Like, that is a weird assortment of games, and I don't know how it's gonna work. But you know what? Color me interested. It'll probably make its money at this rate. Seems the guy is popular enough to justify it. So... Mm, This looks, yeah, step 1, add an overhead camera. That sounds easier said than done. I'm going to send this specifically to some people, to war games. War gamers I vaguely know. Loot, $8,000 for a game that does exist. Good job, Spencer. Element of fun. Yay, it's a card game. Oh. Defend players from attacks. Cool. That's what games are. It's a learning card game. Cranial Billy, he's a high schooler? Uh-oh. It also has a completely different name than what's being verified. That's odd. So, Ishri. Who are we working? Let's see. You rolled with chemistry. 4 years ago. Beneficiary organizations. Pieces. Right? I mean, seems a little young, but he probably has his. My guess is that he is probably got either like his mom or like probably got a parent to help him. Yeah, probably got a parent or a teacher to help him make this, and then that's fine. All right. All right. Let's take a look at itch.io, because itch.io is where we go to suffer, because every day I wake up. Noticon. See, Noticon will just be an ARG. That's the secret. Like, that's the secret. It's an ARG, and my ARG will be you trying to find me as I hunt you down with a shotgun. That's the secret. You all go to my mysterious private island as I hunt you for sport. High school goes to 19-year-old. Not really. You should not redeem. Do not redeem. Art's probably AI. I'm not gonna lie. Let's see. Try not to wrestle. All right, it's a more teeth. Setting guide for tabletop role-playing games. Literally nothing important going on. Amazing. Toxic sword lesbians. I'm going to click on this for my own fucking hatred. I don't know if it's a shitpost or not. Is this a shitpost, man says? Man, professional for not knowing what the fuck shitposts are. Nothing interesting here. Me oh my oh me, nothing interesting. Yeah, there's very little right now. Itch has been kind of dry a little bit. That's kind of the nature of the beast. So, why are you still live? Because we were doing things. So, I'm gonna call it there though. Thank you all for coming. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Godspeed, good luck. Tomorrow shouldn't be a stream. I might do something if I get bored. Let's see, anything else fun and exciting? No. Next week we're going to be covering more Palinka Effect. Palinka Effect is always a pain in the ass, but don't worry, I feel pretty confident about it. Let's see, anything else going on? Anything else going on? No. Don't believe so. Don't believe anything fun's going on. Next week, don't know what videos we're going to do next week. I'm probably going to make the, going to be making the October schedule this month. Do plan on doing another spooky adventure. Whole family, of course, because spooky is fun. Ow. Oh, God. Oh, no. Ow. Ow. Oh, God. Oh, God. Those are new sounds. I don't like those new sounds. New sounds are scary. I mean, if we consult the big note board. Actually, what I should do is let's go to we go to forms, and we click on not that one. We click on the right one. Let's check out the responses so far. Let's see. Gay wrestling, Kingdom Hearts, so gay wrestling. Kill feds, gay wrestling, cock and ball torture, gay wrestling, less gay wrestling, gay wrestling. A lot of gay wrestling I'm noticing in this one. Currently this is a secret one now. This is we got some interesting ones getting voted on here. Interesting is what we do best, and these will go out, and I'm probably going to bring out the end call. Probably going to put out the end note on this one. I have a feeling that there are ones currently going to win, and the current ones that are going to win are very funny, and it will be a funny hee hee hoo hoo ha ha moment. But yeah, so thank you all for watching. Godspeed, good luck. I will see you all on the flip side. Anything else fun and exciting to know about? No.